Okay. Yeah, so I guess I just can't have the virtual camera on at the same time as I'm recording for
Hmm.
whatever reason. Um, but yeah, hello everyone. And by everyone, I mean, the four people who are reviewing the submissions, I guess. Um, but yes, hello. This is Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix Randomizer. I am Sapphire Sapphic, and I'm joined here today by my lovely co-commentator.
Hi, I'm Wrenchy, Joan, Joanna the Wrench Witch, whatever you got, she, her. Happy to help, happy to be here.
Heck yeah. So I think we should probably get into the run without any further ado because it is a long run and there is a many to explain. So with that, let's get going in a 3, a 2, a 1, go. All right. So, um, first thing I guess I can talk about. You'll notice I have two timers on here. The top time is real time, and the bottom one is in-game time. I like having both up, for knowledge purposes, but okay. But yeah, generally, for a marathon setting, the real-time one will likely matter a lot more. Okay. So right now I'm looking through the shop to see if there's anything decent. We're looking particularly for Flare Force for Donald. And it's on his starting weapon.
Woo!
Hello. Okay. All right. We take those W's. So yeah, Duck Flare is going to be very important later in the run, especially. So that's gonna make the early game kind of a lot easier. Um, let's see. I can say right now what we're doing is kind of, I call it opening checks. We're gonna try to get as many chests as we possibly can for as little effort as we can. Because we're playing level 1 critical. Wrenchy, what does level 1 critical even mean?
Yeah, so, uh, the first part of that means that, the entire run, Sapphire is going to stay at level 1. Critical has a handful of things that it does. It doubles the damage that Sora takes, and increases the damage that Sora does by 1.25. You start with 7 extra abilities. You gain a little bit more AP whenever you gain AP boosts. You have half the maximum possible health. Your max MP uh, is also halved, and you would gain 1/4 less experience points. But one of the abilities that you get is one called No Experience, which does exactly that. You don't gain any experience when you have it equipped, so it's the way you stay at first level.
Very aptly summarized. Um, yeah. Okay, so we just got a hint over here. Hollow Bastion has the Proof of Peace. So, that's really important. Basically, the goal of the randomizer is to collect the 3 proofs. You have Proof of Connection, Proof of Non-Existence, and the Proof of Peace. So, that's kind of like the win condition for most randomizer runs. Things are a little different because we're doing ABN plus all super bosses. So we're basically going to be 100%ing the rando, in short. But we still will need, to get those proofs, and we do want them as soon as possible, because there's a variety of benefits, thanks to some of the mods we have installed, which is a lot. Um, Wrenchy, what's our
Yeah,
mod
want me to
list
go
looking
through?
like?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Okay, so one of the first ones that you've probably already seen is the GOA randomizer. It's the Garden of Ascension. Yeah,
assemblage, yeah.
yeah. Functionally, what this mod does is that it turns that area where you would normally go and fight the data fights in the vanilla game into a hub world of sorts that allows you to teleport between the worlds instead of using the gummy ship. That's probably one of the bigger ones. I mean, there's lots of big ones. Moving on, we've got Refix, which has a handful of quality of life changes, but the big one is that there's an autosave now on slot number 99. There is another one that we've definitely seen is form movement plus plus. It allows all the drive forms to use all of the movement abilities, including base Sora. So you've seen that we got Glide already at the beginning of the game. Other mods that we have are double plus plus. It adds a new base ground finisher based off the explosive break. It rebalances a couple of other minor things throughout the game. It adds Donald and Goofy to the 1000 Heartless fight at the second Hollow Bastion. Third Hollow Bastion? Hollow Bastion.
Second, yeah, second.
Yeah, okay. It changes Sora's aerial magic animations. The Fire and Reflect are the same as they are in the base game. It's final form, and the other spells are taken from the Wisdom form. This makes it easier to combo magic while in the air, because normally Sora has an overcorrection animation cancel in Vanilla KH2, which made his magic slower, and it ends up with a lot of lag. And we need everything to be nice and fast for these strategies.
Yeah, it's like it's nigh unusable in vanilla, honestly.
Yeah, as someone who is playing through the randomizer without that, when I'm like trying in vain to do some of the stuff I've seen Sapphire do, I'm like, okay, well, this doesn't work without this mod, I guess. Or at least I can't make it work. Anyway, double plus also replaces the dodge slash with the distance dash, which is way longer and much more helpful.
Yeah, dodge slash is like it's honestly kind of a big meme in like the KH2 speedrunning community, because it basically has 7 in a row big whiff hitboxes, and like enemies will just break out of it. Like you don't even get all of the hits. It's really bad. That's all you need to know. It's terrible.
Okay, the next mod is Critical Rebalance. First thing is that it allows Sora to use the spells while in Valor form, which normally Sora can't. It changes the MP scaling throughout the game. It increases Sora's power based on how many important checks have been found. It increases the movement speed of base Sora and greatly increases the movement speed of all the forms. It does some things in order to hopefully make Donald and Goofy a little more useful sometimes, maybe. And this is a mod that was made by a little modder named Sapphire Sapphic. You've maybe heard of them. Heard of Zer.
It's true. I don't know.
Okay. Next mod is an HD texture mod. It just helps the game look a little bit more like how nostalgia makes you think the game should look. There's a couple of other cosmetic mods. One of them adds some keyblades from some of the other games. One of the mods makes Master Form purple. One of the mods makes the icons for stat upgrades more visible. And the last one reverts the remastered soundtrack to the PS2 original soundtrack for maximum nostalgia points.
Yeah, I grew up playing like Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 on PS2, and I don't know, I don't have it in me to listen to the remastered soundtrack for an entire speedrun, I guess.
Another thing that would probably be obvious to anybody who's actually played the game before or watched speedruns of this before is that there's a cutscene auto skipper in place. So it will just automatically go through the prompts to skip the cutscenes whenever Sapphire reaches one.
Yeah, pretty much. And it, as far as I understand, it doesn't really save or lose time, but, like, I remember the days when I was playing Randomizer before I downloaded the cutscene auto skipper, and it was very much like, hey, I hope you really like pressing, down an A every 4 seconds. There's so many cutscenes in this game. And, like, we're not here for cutscenes, alright? We're gaming, we're speedrunning. We gotta save as many frames as possible. Hello.
Yeah, we're here for that randomized nonsense, whatever it is. Flare Force on Donald's base weapon, that sort of stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
Next mod is multiple shortcuts. Basically, normally in the game, the shortcut menu has 4 options on it, and those are the ones you can set, and you can deal with that. Multiple shortcuts allows you, when you're holding down the shortcut button, when you press a direction on the D-pad, to pull up a different shortcut menu, so that way you have a whole bunch of options.
Yeah, and it honestly, it makes practicing so much easier, too, because, like, I don't have to manually set up my shortcuts every single run. You know, I can just load my shortcut preset and, you know that that's okay, you know, that's just taken care of, and all of my spells and shortcuts and everything are just always in the same place. So it's very, very nice. Shoutouts to Zerfing for making banger mods.
Okay, and the last mod that I have listed here is the revenge meter. So a common mechanic for bosses in this game is the revenge meter, which is when you hit them so much, then they will stop staggering and try to punish you for hurting them too much. The revenge meter makes it so, mod makes it so once Sapphire has the second scan ability, that the revenge meter will be a UI element that will show up. This is helpful both for learning the fights as well as for visualizing how far the boss can be pushed for the crowd. And depending upon which boss fight, there are different strategies for when you do or do not want to trigger the revenge meter fill.
Yeah, and we'll get a lot more into that, you know, in about 3 hours or so. Because there's a lot of specifics involved with manipulating bosses' AIs and everything, and so yeah, we'll get into that when the time comes. But right now we're kind of just chilling, going around getting some checks. Agrabah kind of sucks because we have these little silver mage guys, and they can just kind of teleport out of nowhere and say hi on your face, and then you die because this is level 1 critical, so you're dying always.
Would you like me to maybe try to describe the numbers on your tracker?
Oh yeah, I know. You can't actually see my tracker right now, can you?
Nope, but that is okay. I've seen it before and I understand it conceptually.
Okay. Yeah. So I think we mentioned important checks in passing earlier, but what's an important check? What makes it important?
Okay, so there's a handful of things that are important, such as the proofs that are required to beat the game, or the promise charm. Aside from that, there's also drive points, which increase the number of drive bars you can have built up. It's very important. Spells. So when you learn magic, those are worth a handful. The torn pages that allow you to advance Winnie the Pooh. The summons. And then finally, the answer reports and the items that allow you to unlock additional visits.
Yep. And so basically, like, each of those categories, I guess you can say, that Wrenchy just listed off, they all have different point values associated with them. So all of the worlds on the tracker, you can see, have like a number next to them, and that basically tells me how many points are in that world. You can see there's 44 points in Hollow Bastion, which... 44 points left. It's green because we got a hint for the proof of peace being there, and so there's 44 points after, like, you know, not counting the proof of peace. And that's a little bit higher than average, I think. But Hollow Bastion usually does have, like, a ton of points, but, generally speaking, you know, bigger number means more good stuff there.
And if you want to try to play the guessing game, you can try to do some mental maths as you're running around from chest to chest. 44 could be the other 2 proofs as well, and a drive point, and 2 answer reports. That would be 44, because those are 15 for the proofs, 10 for the drive point, and 2 for each of the answer reports.
Yeah, it could. It's, well, actually, that is springboard to another point. It can't be both of the other proofs, because we are in bear eating mode today. So, there's a setting, in the randomizer called Yeet the Bear. You cannot make this up. Basically, it forces the proof of non-existence to always be on the last page of 100 Acre Wood. So basically, we will always need to collect all 5 torn pages, no matter what, before we beat the game. And you know, Yeet the Bear before we do Final Zemnis and all that good stuff. Prepare to scream! That is one thing I can tell you. To anyone who speedruns this game or runs, like, randos, be prepared for every single line of battle dialogue to be permanently etched into your brain, for better or worse. No. Okay. That's fine. So, welcome to, level 1, you die in 1 hit always mode, pretty much, that's how it feels. Oh, that's not dance call. That's fine. This is the duck flare that we were talking about earlier. Wrenchy, why is duck flare so good anyways?
So, I mean, it does a good amount of damage, right? That's pretty good and important. But the real thing is that whilst duck flare is active, Sora can't take damage. It's pretty important. Allows you to get damage in without any worries.
Yeah, and I mean, even in addition to that, Sora is, like, completely actionable and can just do whatever. He just shot me point blank. I'm crying.
You got it.
Yeah, well, I'll just have to prepare to scream. Most of the, party member limits are, like, okay at best. Duck Flare is one of the only ones that we, like, make heavy use of throughout, like, basically the entire run. But Dance Call, which is, you know, Jack Skellington's limit, it's funny that I have to even specify Jack Skellington. But, yeah, it can deal pretty decent damage, especially, you know, for kind of controlling these crowds, with early game. You know, we don't, like, the only spell I have right now is Thunder, so, you know, I don't really have a whole lot of tools at my disposal, you could say. Let's see. And I'll get the Candy Cane Lane chests here. Oh, wow. Okay, Aerial Dodge level 3 already. It's pretty good.
Nice.
Oh, and Magnet. Alright.
Magnet?
Alright. That's a big W. Let's see. We'll do Olympus. Yeah, I guess that's also one thing I can say about, like, the difference between randomizers and, like, more traditional speedruns is, you know, I'm making decisions about where to go, you know, 100% on the fly, pretty much. And, like, I have, you know, an idea of, you know, oh, you know, when you're doing opening checks, you know, these are the places that has, you know, the most chests for the least effort. But, you know, even with having that knowledge, it's still like, oh, Combo Master, dude. Okay. Having Combo Master, like, 20 minutes in is it just makes the seed so much better.
Yeah, you got a lot of stuff going for you on this one, so hopefully it ends up working out.
Yeah, I think, let's see. I'm gonna be graciously abusing Duck Flare here as much as I can, because Hades Escape, which is, it's a sequence we're about to do where basically there's 3, like, little waves of enemies you have to defeat in a row, while you're running away from an invincible Hades.
That's it.
And on level 1, it can be pretty cruel. But luckily we have Duck Flare, so...
Yep, just gotta fire all those rockets off.
Pretty much.
You got it, Donald.
Yeah.
Much more helpful than the vanilla or the casual playthroughs that I had in my childhood, where Donald spent most of the time tanking the floor.
Oh my god, yeah. I also, like, because of the randomized weapon abilities thing, like, there's a decent chance that, like, Flare Force is on a weapon, we know that. Oh, okay, well, that's not Duck Flare, but that's okay. But there's a decent chance, like, we saw Donald Fire, is also on a weapon, so, like, Donald, you know, won't have, like, you can't, Donald just can't cast Fire if we want to also have access to Duck Flare, and Duck Flare is, you know, it's more important than Fire for sure, but also, you know, like, we might not have access to Donald Cure, and that can be pretty annoying, so... You know, loading up our party members with as many Mega Elixirs as we can is pretty important. Just generally, especially in level 1, Donald and Goofy are most useful when they are doing nothing but healing Sora. Okay, reaction command. Actually, let's talk about reaction commands for a second, because they are pretty cool and useful, and... all over the game.
Yeah, most of the enemies got reaction command that at a certain time.
You're joking.
A prompt will pop up, and you can hit triangle in order to do a special attack utilizing the enemy's attacks, usually for yourself.
Yeah, like here's Bat Cry. Just grab the hook bat and swing that boy around.
They're good. It's part of why this game is so cool. Feel the heat.
Yeah, Hades does his gay little dance. Okay. Come on. I should not have equipped Berserk Charge, I think. That may have been a mistake on my part. But that's alright.
So a thing that's probably warrants explaining in Kingdom Hearts 2 is that, especially for level 1, an important thing to know about the way the game works is that all of the enemies in the game have a minimum damage they can take. So even if you'd feel like, oh, my Sora has like a very tiny percentage of the strength that a full-on Sora at level, you know, whatever you finish the game at.
99 is... yeah.
You still are going to do not terrible damage. It's not going to be a lot of damage, but because every enemy has a minimum for everything, that it's one of the reasons why it's not totally intolerable to do level 1 anything.
Yeah.
Just very hard.
Okay. Yeah, and it's, I can also clarify, you know, level 1... oh, no, I think you did mention earlier, in critical mode, you just start with the no experience ability, and you can choose whether or not you want to use it. But that is something that is available in an unmodified version of Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. It's not like the level 1 challenge was not modded in or anything.
Yeah. So the devs had some measure of intentionality with those minimum damage numbers is really the way that it seems to me.
Yeah. And I also like to think that the game is pretty well balanced around the idea of, you know, level 1, because like the idea is you have access to all of the same like action abilities and spells and everything. What you're missing usually in like level 1 compared to level 99 is you know, your strength and magic stats are going to be a lot lower, and you're going to be missing a couple like supportive abilities, which there's 2 of those in particular that are really important, and we'll get into that in a minute. But Sora's like move set and the tools that you have available to you are the same in level 99 and level 1. So a lot of people definitely regard the level 1 run to be very well balanced, especially for a game that came out in 2006. Try and use another Bushido here. I don't have a lot of like good aerial combat options right now, so spamming limits is kind of my only great option. Well, and it's not even a great option, it's just a okay-ish option.
Yeah, it's just an option.
Yeah. I'm hoping we might die here, and if so, that's okay. Okay, yeah. So we'll get to see Mr. Michael.
Ooh. Look at that mouse.
So during certain boss fights, yeah, I get here. Just hit me.
There's 7 of them, 8 of them, something like that.
I think when you looked up the list, it was like 10.
Yeah, I could pull it up if you'd like, but during certain boss fights, when you lose, you'll sometimes get Mickey to come in and help you out.
Yeah, the first time that you die in you know, one of those boss fights, it's a 100% chance, and then the chance gets lower and lower over the, you know, however many times you do summon Mickey, or Mickey, you know, comes in, I guess. And also you can't defeat bosses as Mickey, which is why I was if you charge up Mickey's drive gauge, you can revive Sora at full health, but if Mickey takes too much damage, then you'll just revive Sora at half health. So... I think I'm probably gonna go up to Demix, and then probably hit up Hollow Bastion. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, dance, Saf, dance.
That's so true. I think we were making jokes last night in my practice about like organization members like gender, and you're like, hey Demix, what's your gender? Water.
Yeah, you got that fluid, Gendy.
Fluid. Forget gender fluid. We got fluid Gendy. So yeah, this like second half of Olympus 1 is kind of where like most of the chests are. And then I'm not gonna do Pete or Hydra right now because I don't feel like it.
Yeah, that's super fair. So normally the first time you come to this world in the vanilla game, you have something that locks your drive forms. Do you start with something that helps you with that, or do you just hold off on doing Olympus until you have it?
So we do start with the Olympus Stone. Normally, I think it's explained, you know, as like the power of the underworld is sapping our energy, and so you can't use drive forms. But you normally defeating Demix in this battle right here is what gives you the Olympus Stone, which allows you to use your drives again. But yeah, so this is Demix. We are dancing with water, and we are spamming Duck Flare. So you may have noticed the cool thing about Mega Duck Flare is, he's spawning all of these additional rockets, and each rocket will automatically target a different water clone and instantly destroy it. So that's one of the fastest ways to get through that. Also, limit form right there, absolutely based. We love to see it. So actually, Wrenchy, do you want to talk about like what the drive forms are and like their differences between each other?
Yeah, sure. All right. So the base one for regular Sora general form is what you're running around most of the time. And when you're in that, you still have access to your party members and drives and such. But the next one down is Valor form. It's very offense focused. It's physical. Sort of dual wields, and you just hit stuff a bunch, and it levels up by smacking enemies. Normally, it can't use magic, but one of the rebalance mods allows Valor form to use magic. Next is Wisdom form, which is the one that is supposed to be very magical. In this form, Sora kind of skates around the arena, and instead of hitting things with regular Keyblades slashes, while in Wisdom form, Sora shoots little bolts of energy. It's very evasive. I think it's very helpful. I've just started learning this randomizer myself, and I'm leaning on the Wisdom form kind of a lot.
Fair.
Limit form. I'm sorry. For Valor form, if Goofy's not in your party, you can't use it. For Wisdom form, if Donald's not in your party, you can't use it.
Yeah.
Limit form. Limit form doesn't require any party members, and it's based off of the special moves that Sora uses in Kingdom Hearts 1, so it's kind of a throwback form. This one levels up by using the finishing moves or limits like this. Do you want me to explain what happened just there real quick?
What happened to what?
It's okay. Never mind. It's good. Master form. This one requires both Donald and Goofy. It is sort of the best of both Valor and Wisdom forms. You can only really do air combos. One of the mods Sapphire uses makes it purple, which honestly, when you were asking me what mods to install or helping advise me, I'm honestly really kind of offended and hurt that you didn't give me that one, because that sounds very important, really.
Okay, all right, listen. So here's the thing, right? Valor form is red, Wisdom form is blue, and Master form is supposed to be like the best of both worlds between the two of them. So red plus blue equals yellow. Master form is, you're telling me for real, you're telling me to my real face that you're gonna make Master form yellow. It's honestly an affront to society. I can't believe.
Have you considered that maybe Valor form is magenta and Wisdom form is cyan, and then it makes more sense that Master form is yellow?
The magenta, cyan, yellow color system was never been ingrained into my brain like that.
All right. There's a couple more forms.
Before you get to that, I just want to point out right quick, we just got the proof of connection and the proof of peace right here in Hollow Bastion. Holy shit.
Well, there you go. And now you got a little crown for your troubles.
It's true.
Final form. Requires Donald and Goofy and 5 drive bars. I've not been doing a good job of saying how many drive bars they have, but that's fine. They get more expensive as we've gone on. It is extremely powerful in general. Frequently, the way that this is unlocked is through the light and darkness ability, which forces when you go into drive mode to either get final form or anti-form, and I'll discuss anti-form in just a sec. And this one normally levels up by killing nobodies. Now, anti-form. This one's kind of a punishment for using the other drive forms. Basically, when you go into any of the other drives except for final, you gain a point in the background called an anti-point. And the more of these you have, the larger chance that Sora turns into anti-Sora instead of whatever drive form you ask Sora to turn into. When you become anti-form, you subtract 10 points off of that, thus reducing the chance you're going to get it again sometime soon. But anti-form is generally just pretty bad. You can't use magic, you can't use items. It can kind of hit things, sort of. It's really not a great place to be.
Sora doesn't even have a Keyblade in anti-form. He has like little heartless claws. It's weird.
Yeah, he looks like a little Heartless. Look at that little Sora Heartless go.
Yeah. If we're lucky, we won't be seeing anti-form at all in this run, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's a bad time. The only way to get the thing to end faster is by hitting enemies. All the other forms you can manually end, but anti-form, because it is a punishment form, you just kind of have to deal with.
Yeah, let's go. So these living bones are extremely annoying. Pride Lands is like, in the randomizer community, it's widely known that it's really good to go to Pride Lands early because there's like a billion dejillion chests here. But you have to get through that forced fight first. And especially in level 1 where, you know, our defense stat is not very high. Yeah, it can be pretty difficult, but we got through it okay. Generally, I would want to have, like, a reflect element or something like that, but not having that isn't a huge deal.
Yeah, as far as the, like, real, very important tools go, you having not found reflect yet is probably one of the bigger ones that is like, well, randomizer giveth, randomizer taketh away.
Yeah, that's one way to put it, yeah. Oh, horizontal slash, okay. We're gaming. So, horizontal slash is, like, it's one of the best aerial combat abilities, you could say. Because Sora just does, like, 3 little swipes back and forth in the air. And you can use it to, like, if you know what you're doing, permanently stun lock certain bosses. But also, horizontal slash shines very well when used in tandem with Berserk Charge. So, Berserk Charge makes it so that when you are in MP Recharge, that's like when the MP bar is pink and you can't cast magic, instead of like doing your normal combo, you just won't be able to use combo finishers. And so you'll have like an endless combo of physical attacks. And we can take advantage of that to basically infinitely horizontal slash bosses and like stun lock them, and it's kind of stupid, and you'll definitely be seeing that later, so. Oh, I can also, I know it says I'm, like, losing time on one of my splits right here, but, you know, it's kind of up to, a little bit of interpretation, because, like, you know, this isn't a traditional speedrun, it's randomizer, and, I do also have to say, like, because of the whole, as Wrenchy put it, you know, randomizer giveth, randomizer taketh away, you know, being ahead or behind on splits it's not the same as in a regular speedrun, and because we kind of have to 100% the game anyways, the time will generally, even out over the course of the whole run. And to be honest, it's also like, depending on how things go with the data boss fights, things can, like, maybe I'll first try a bunch of the bosses and I will catch up on a bunch of time. So like there's a bit more wiggle room, I guess, than maybe your average speedrun, you could say.
I can't see your tracker right now, but your first split is your 3 proofs, right? And you've got 2 of them. So at any given chest, you could have the first split finished.
Well, it's opening checks is my first one.
Got it.
And then I'm waiting for the other torn pages, because I have, the 2 proofs that are out in the world have already been found. So the third proof is just, whenever we get access to Starry Hill. Which, could be soon, and it also could be very not soon.
Got it.
Let's see. We got a hint that there's a torn page in Halloween Town, so that's something. But yeah, there's a lot of time for things to go very right or very wrong, I guess. But I think we're doing all right for now. Definitely having Thundara is very good. Thunder is kind of like the best. Oh my god, we accidentally got a puzzle piece. Like, that's cool.
Oops.
Thunder is the best, like, just generally offensive spell in the game. Not that Blizzard and Fire are useless, but their uses are certainly more situational. Okay. Very nice.
Good stuff.
Oh, I guess I can also say there is what you could kind of call a 4th proof. Kind of. It's the Promise Charm. So, how the Promise Charm works in usual rando settings is, if you have all 3 proofs and also the Promise Charm, then you can interact with the terminal in the center of the Garden of Assemblage and basically skip doing the whole World That Never Was section, because normally, like, in order to gain access to Final Zemnis, you need to do... It's literally like 5 boss fights in a row. Like Roxas, Xigbar... Oh god, Luxord, Syx, and then Memory Zemnis, yeah. So, if you have Promise Charm, you can skip all that and just load right into the start of final fights. And that's also worth 15 points. It's like, it's kind of the 4th proof. It's not necessary to beat the game. It's like, as in, like, it's not hard required, but we're doing all blue numbers, so... Actually, now that I think about it, I'm not sure if we said what all blue numbers means.
Yeah, so we talked earlier about the important checks and that they have numbers associated with them. The numbers... What we're shooting for with all blue numbers is to make the numbers blue. This happens by collecting all of the important checks out of the area and finishing the story for the area, right?
You don't have to finish the story for the area, just get all of the important checks to make the number blue.
It's just one of your other requirements.
Yeah, well, and that's because of the all super bosses part of the run. You have to clear the story of every area, in order to gain access to the super boss in that world, pretty much.
Anyway, I think that's a good segue to the category name ASBN. It is a sort of portmanteau, I guess, of 2 acronyms, ABN, all blue numbers, which is one category, and then super boss, SB. And you just smash them together to make ASBN.
Yeah, in hindsight, I don't know if like creating that term unto the world was a good thing or a bad thing, but it's here, so.
Yeah, it's been unleashed. Unfortunately, it's beyond you now. You can't take it back.
That's one way to put it. So, Pirates is notable, or I guess Port Royal, because most of the enemies that we're fighting here are not heartless and they're not nobodies. They're pirates. That's a third thing. Ladies and gentlemen, the three genders: heartless, nobody, and pirate. Anyways, so anyone who's seen the older Pirates of the Caribbean movies may or may not be familiar with the Curse of the Aztec Treasure. The idea basically is that the pirates, when they're in shadow, they appear human, and in their human forms, they are completely impervious to all damage. But if you get them under the moonlight, then they will be vulnerable.
Yeah, everyone knows that both magic and keyblades are made up nonsense, so they can't hurt humans. But cursed skeleton pirates, of course they can hurt those.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. I don't have magic lock on. Dude, can you don't? Thank you. Nice close up there. I don't know what happened, but it did.
Sick flips.
So true. Sora Hawk's pro skating. Yeah, okay, so we're starting to get close to Starry Hill hours. Because we have a hint for one of the torn pages in Halloween Town, and then other than that, we only need to find one other one. So
I don't know if I brought this up when I was talking about the important checks. Maybe you brought it up. I just in case. The answer reports normally in the base game just are things that have lore on them. In this version, when you get an answer report, it will give you a hint for a certain thing being in a certain location, and that's how we know that X is going to be Y.
Yeah, so you can see on the tracker, like near the bottom there, it currently says, Olympus Coliseum has limit form, which is a very helpful hint, even though we got limit form earlier, But, yeah, and you can see in, like, the part where it shows all of the items that we have obtained in each world, the items that are hinted are, like, they're there, but kind of, like, shaded out. So, yeah, we're gonna use Duck Player to just, like, be invincible and not care about these guys, because you just have to survive for a minute.
Yeah, at a certain point when using Duck Flare, you'll get the option to use Mega Duck Flare, and frequently, when you're just trying to delay, you just won't activate it because it's more time you're invulnerable.
Pretty much. I mean, like, who doesn't like being invincible?
I don't know, maybe you don't, considering you're playing this game at level 1 critical.
Hey. It's really, oh my god, I can't believe we haven't mentioned it yet. The big difference is not having access to Second Chance and Once More. That's like the huge thing, I guess. Don't do that, please. Yeah, if you want to talk about Second Chance Once More.
Yeah, sure. Second Chance and Once More, I can't remember which one is which. I think Once More is when you're getting hit by a combo that would kill you, it leaves you at 1 HP instead, unless you were already at 1 HP. And second chance makes it so when one big attack hits you that would kill you, you would leave you at 1 HP instead. So the two together mean that you can take any attack as long as you're not already at 1 HP.
Pretty much, yeah. But because we're playing level 1, and I hate myself or something, I will never get access to those, and so even into, like, the early game, and especially once we get to the late game, of course, I will die in one hit to most things. And that's just something that doesn't really change throughout the run. Okay. Kira, so useful.
Yeah, you know, you got Cura, but what about all these mega elixirs in your pockets? And Sora's got those big pants, deep pockets, lots of mega elixirs.
True. Go. So 21 points left here is kind of, I don't know, it strikes me as a little weird core. TBH. Let's see. I think I'm gonna go to Halloween Town after this. Try and get that page, and then that'll give me access to Spooky Cave, which is the, like, second to last area of 100 Acre Wood. And Spooky Cave is, like, it's basically... Oh, Reflect, thank God. Okay.
It's about time.
Yeah, really. Spooky Cave is notable because most of the 100 Acre Wood visits will have only 3 chests in them, but Spooky Cave has like 6, so it's a very good place to be. But you need 4 torn pages because it's the second to last one. So we got the second scan ability recently, so now you can see that revenge value. Basically, to be a little bit more specific on how revenge works, whenever you attack a boss, it will increase the revenge value by a certain amount, and then whenever they attack, they will reduce their revenge value back to 0. Gotta love Thundaga, the boss fight.
Yep. Barbosa really wasn't expecting you to have that much thunder magic at this point.
Probably not. Alright, so we're going back to Halloween Town. Right. This is... Burp, burp, burp. Alright, so this is Prison Keeper. He eats children. But this is a Disney game, still. So I'm gonna try use Berserk Charge Duck Flare here. So this is kind of what I was talking about earlier, where, like, I have infinite horizontal slash while I am duck flaring. And then also, Donald is also doing the fireworks. So it's it's a little crazy, honestly, just how powerful it is. Come on.
Poor lock, or shock, or barrel. I'm not sure which one is which.
God, I
For
can
them.
never tell them apart. Alright, and that's Prison Keeper. Alright, and now, we get Oogie. Beware the Oogie Boogie. Oogie sucks. We do have one of the quality of life features of the randomizer makes it so that, like, Oogie is only a one-phase fight instead of, you know, several phases, but it's still infuriating, to be honest. I mean, less infuriating than the vanilla game, for sure, but still. We gotta play golf with these presents and follow him through these tubes. I don't know. I don't really know what's happening here. It's just like I think at some point you gotta accept, you know, okay, this is Square plus Disney nonsense, and that's okay. Ah, okay, so I moved to the wrong lane, and now I'm gonna get trapped for a second. Come on. Okay, so we are done playing golf, and now we can beat the bugs out of this man. Normally,
Yeah.
when you hit Oogie's revenge value, he would, like, just retreat back into his machine, but that's kind of what faster Oogie does, is, he just will stay stunned after you get him down here, and you can just kind of wail on him. It's a little bit cathartic, I'm not gonna lie.
Are you sure you don't want to have to do the golf over and over?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm really good. I promise you, I am cool. I'm really hoping the page is here. No. Okay, so the page is in the second visit. We're gonna need to come back. Space Paranoids, 17 points. Could be a spell and a form. I would very much like to get Master Form soon. Master Form would let me do Shan Yu skip, and also Core skip, more importantly, I suppose. But Limit Form is like one of the only forms that I really can't like just make it work with, because Limit Form can't cast magic because you have access to the special limits instead.
I don't know if we made this point clear. The attentive viewer could probably notice that the way that Zora gets back to the Garden of Assemblage is through the save points. The GOA mod added basically the ability to teleport to it at save points. That's actually not how you get back to it in this world, and it really super duper threw me off. I thought the game had broken.
Oh, yeah, because normally, like, you use the computer terminals to go back and forth between the real world and the data world.
This spot's a really good spot for grinding because the way this fight works, basically, when you beat up these computer program things, you get clusters. You use the clusters to turn off one of the 3 monitors. Once there's only 1 monitor left, the game just keeps spawning more and more and more of these things, and you just beat them up and get lots of experience points. But
No,
no,
you don't. Not in this run, you don't. But it is very good. Like during randomizer, like other randomizer playthroughs, where I can level up, it's been a very common strategy to like wait until I get, you know, one or both of the experience boost abilities, and then experience boost makes it so that you get double EXP, or if you have 2 of them equipped, you get triple EXP. If you are below half health. So you'll like intentionally unequip all of your potions from Donald and Tron and just go to town on those guys. If you have like Magnera or Magnega especially, or like Explosion or Magnet Burst, you know, any kind of like very large crowd control ability can let you handle those waves very fast, and it'll just keep spawning enemies until, you know, either you freeze all 3 monitors or, you know, you reach the end of the 2-minute time limit. There have been times where I have... Oh, explosion. Very nice. There have been times where I've literally just forgotten to freeze the last monitor and died to a timeout there, which is kind of funny, but also, like, a little sad.
the orbs are back in this fight. When you collect them, you can use the reaction command to freeze the boss.
Dude, please be explosioned. Thank you. Oh my god. He runs away.
Yeah, because otherwise he is just very evasive and wastes all of our time.
Yeah. And can one-shot you. I love that. Okay. New strategy. Abuse Duck Flare. Welcome to level 1. When in doubt, Duck Flare.
Unless you don't have Duck Flare, then when in doubt, cry.
That too, yeah. Oh my god. Ah. Okay, we're just gonna try and get these clusters to freeze him. Come on. Oh no. So this is his move where he can just start healing, and we hate that a lot. Certain animations also, if you use the freeze reaction command, like during that heal animation, he'll just be invincible during it, and that's no good. Yeah, it looks like we've hit one of his HP gates right now, so he's not taking any additional damage. Okay, yeah, so we're in the second phase of the fight now. Can we take damage, please? We're just gonna bully the crap out of him with Duck Flare Horizontal Slash. Very nice.
Piglet's house?
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that, but
I'm sure it's just the way that it was written in the kids' books.
oh, that's Master Form. Okay, and Master Form
Nice.
was the only important check in Space Paranoids 1, but that's okay. Because now we're gonna go to a good place to level up Master Form. And that's going to be Disney Castle. We get to everybody's favorite time in the rando, which is we got to push the mouse.
So the way the game wants you to do it is to call her over, and then she'll follow Sora. But it's a lot quicker and easier to just push her against the wall and just slide her down the hallway.
Dude, Mini. Yeah, and there speedrunners that are much better than I can push her like literally straight down the entire hallway. It's like, I swear, pushing the mouse is an entire art form. That was honestly one of the better mouse pushes that I've ever had. But there is much room for improvement there. So, unfortunately, the walls are very far away from the entrance of this room, and they're also very curved, so there will be no mouse pushing in this room. So it was short-lived, but definitely fun while it lasted.
All of this talk of mice attracted one of my cats.
Oh my god. That reminded me, we made no comment at all earlier when I was in Pride Lands. Yeah, so there's a lion, Sora. And Sora turns into a lion in this game.
He's just a little kitty. Look at him. I mean, you can't look at him right now, but just use your memory and recall.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm gonna go off on an ADHD tangent. I'm too gamer brain. Yeah, so...
Spelled with a Y, right?
Yeah, gamer with a Y, of course. Okay, so... This kind of sucks. I think... Wrenchy may have mentioned in passing visit unlocking items earlier. So... In the latest versions of the randomizer, the second visit to each world, because most of the worlds have a second visit, and those second visits will be locked behind the weapon of whatever party member. Like, so we just got Proudfang, which is that's Simba's weapon. So now we have access to Pride Lands 2 if we wanted to go there right now, which we don't. But you know, since I keep talking about, you know, hunting for that last torn page, and we know it's in Halloween Town 2, but we won't have access to Halloween Town 2 until we get the Bone Fist item. So, kind of a little bit on the hunt for Bone Fist, and there's still, in addition to that, one more torn page that's kind of, you know, nebulous, floating out there somewhere we don't know.
I heard a rumor. Maybe you could confirm it for me.
Yeah?
Is Old Pete invincible?
He will be very soon.
Not the oldie Pete, just Old Pete.
Actually, so Jerome told me a very fun, like, trivia, I guess, about that last night. Jerome being my roommate, and he also has been there with me for a lot of my KH2 runs before. But apparently the first part of the quote actually gets cut off because he was listening to like the full voice line for like all of the battle quotes in the game pretty much. And what Pete actually says is, "That's right, lunkheads, Pete's invincible." But what, you know, we only hear like the last part of it, so it just sounds like, "That's right, old Pete's invincible," or, you know, we'll hear it soon.
A thing that didn't get brought up is that normally when you level up your forms, you get, you know, movement abilities, make you more able to fly around and stuff, because that's all mixed into the randomizer. Now when you level up your forms, you get checks. And the how high you can level them up is based off of how many forms you have.
Yep. So in the top right corner of the tracker is where the drive form items that we've gotten are displayed, and you can, I'm not sure if you can see, but there's a little max 4 is our current maximum level for forms, and the maximum is 7 once you have unlocked all of them. Stomp on me? Okay. So yeah, I'm hoping you know, maybe Final Form or Wisdom Form will be here, and hopefully it will not be on Absent Marluxia, because I will cry.
Yeah, that'd be pretty bad.
So, you know, there's been a lot of talk of super bosses already, but what's an Absent Silhouette, and why is it not the same thing as a data boss?
Alright, so there are a handful of bosses that are Organization 13 members that were already previously vanquished by Sora and or Riku in Chain of Memories. Those ones got added in, I don't think the vanilla version, but the next release of
Final
Kingdom
Mix,
Hearts
yeah.
2. So that way you could fight them just for anybody that wasn't in the game. Now there's an absent silhouette of them.
Hello.
They're still quite hard. They're not quite as hard as the data versions of them.
Yeah, the data fights are like, they're just, everything is turned up to 12. I was gonna say turned up to 11, but it's really not. Like, it's just worse than that, especially on level 1. Oh my god, you appeared behind me like an apparition in my brain. Can you warn me?
I said the 13.
Oh, you're so funny. Teehee Organization 13, funny man, make joke.
I've been standing here for a few minutes. I figured you'd see me on your camera.
I'm not looking at my camera, I'm looking at my tracker, and I'm looking at my game because I'm gaming. This was the aforementioned Jerome character.
Hi, Wrenchy.
Hey.
So he's just kind of here. I can't avoid him because he's my roommate, but you know, he unfortunately won't be involved with Flame 23.
Unfortunately.
I don't know. Do you want me to say fortunately? I can. How's about a change? So here you can listen for that. That's right, Lunkhead's Pete's Invincible, which I don't know. I don't know if, like, the quote starts playing too late, or, you know, if it just, like, just can't hear it over the music, but... Come on. Can you don't? Okay. This is the last form. Data Pete. That's how it feels fighting this sometimes. Yeah. Can you be not alive anymore? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna shower.
Yeah, I figured.
I didn't hear the voice clip.
I didn't either. He usually plays it, but it's okay.
Like crazy.
Yeah. There's actually another Pete fight in Olympus that we didn't get to see, and oh man, yeah, that dry form is gonna be on Marluxia. Okay.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
That's all right.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The door is pink because you finished the story in that world.
Yes. So the door turns pink when you finish the story for both visits, or in the case of Disney Castle, actually, it has only the one visit. So, we finished the main story, and the only thing that's left to do in Disney Castle, like before we get to super bosses, is the absent silhouette of Marluxia. Which, so with the settings that we're using, the super bosses themselves can't have any important checks on them because to display the super boss fights, I want Sora to be at full power and everything. But since the absent silhouettes are kind of toned down versions of the data fights in some ways, I do have it so the absent silhouettes can have important items on them, and it was kind of just a little unlucky in this case that there's something really important on one of them. Hopefully none of the other absent silhouettes will have much on them, because we won't have access to most of the absent silhouettes until far later. But we'll see. I'm not sure. I would like to get Reflera before I do Marluxia, but we'll have to see how it goes, I suppose. I mean, really, what I really want is, to find these last pages and the Bone Fist. I mean, 18 points here in Land of Dragons could be, like a form, and then, several pages or visit unlocking items or summons. But it could also be some spells and a torn page, and then some visit unlocking items.
You want to play peekaboo with some Heartless?
Yeah. Okay, my go-to explanation for shadows is I want you to imagine a Goomba, except Goombas, if they were invincible 75% of the time. That's what a shadow in Kingdom Hearts is, or at least feels like.
Especially while you're speedrunning.
Yeah.
They're annoying casually, but when you're trying to go fast, you really feel the time where the shadows are wasting your time.
Oh my god. Shut up. Okay. Magnet is a great tool for keeping enemies in place while you just want to open chests. Okay, Twilight Town is Fire Element, and then we have a suspicious amount of places with, 10 points remaining. I'm really surprised I made that, wow. It's honestly, it's minorly concerning, but, I think it'll be okay. We're gonna need to find the ice cream, in order to get access to Twilight Town 3, because Twilight Town 2 it's literally a single force fight, and 2 checks. So I also, I don't know, it feels kind of cheap to me for that to be the entire second visit. So in my settings, I start with the item that unlocks Twilight Town 2, just because it's so short.
Yeah, it makes it more like the rest of the worlds, where there's basically 2 visits, as opposed to if you didn't have that, it would be 2 visits plus also a fetch quest in between.
Yeah, very, weird core progression. And then we also, I also start with the membership card, which unlocks the second visit of Hollow Bastion, and that's just because, in my personal preferences, it feels like it makes sense to have one world where the second visit is always unlocked, and Hollow Bastion, since it's kind of the base of operations in the story, That it just, feels right to me. And that's all down to personal preference, in truth.
In this fight, you just beat up as many Heartless as you can in a minute.
Fun fact, the proper name for these Heartless is Rapid Thrusters. That's all. That's the whole sentence.
Was that fact fun?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do you like Rapid Thrusters?
I mean, not especially, but I do like video games. Video games are fun, and it was a video game fact, so I guess that answers my question. It was a fun fact.
Alright, there you go. Dude, do not bolt tower me. Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, especially in level 1, it doesn't really matter how many Heartless you kill here. There's, like, with good equipment and optimal conditions, I've had times in, like, level 99 runs where I'm able to kill, like, 700 or 800 of these things and get, like, a bunch of EXP and everything. But, it matters a lot less in level 1.
I'm glad we finally got rid of that ping guy.
Yeah, I don't know who that was, but, I mean, Mulan's here now, so that's cool. Yas Queen Slay. Alright, so Magnera is very good. Magnet is like, it's not terrible, but it's definitely, like, the uses feel very limited until you have at least Magnera, and then the area of effect for it is just, like, huge all of a sudden. Also, we have Sean Uskip here.
Basically, there is a gate for this next boss fight that doesn't extend so hot that all the way up because they didn't think you could get that high. But abusing of form mechanics allows Sapphire to jump over the trigger for the boss fight, and instead of doing that, we get this stuff instead.
Yep. Normally, you wouldn't have access to this throne room area until, like, the end of Land of Dragons 2. And I don't want to wait that long. Ah, Bone Fist! It was so worth it. Okay. So,
Leave.
we'll come back for Shan Yu later. We really don't care about him right now.
The Emperor will be fine.
Yeah, I mean, they're locked in a staring contest right now, so, like, neither of them are contractually allowed to move from that spot.
Yeah, they both know that they're not the main character unless they're not able to advance the plot without you present.
Exactly. Wait. Is this... Oh, okay, so this is the start of Halloween Town 2. So... Yeah, I almost never lose my way like this. What? Oh! It didn't... Okay. So, this is one of the... I know what happened. One of the eccentricities of the randomizer, and this is something I don't even know if I've told Wrenchy about, but, basically, like, the way that the randomizer updates some of the internal story flags, it has to do, like, the game has to actively check for whether or not you have those visit unlocking items in your inventory, and it only does that either when a cutscene is playing, which, that doesn't interrupt anything with the auto cutscene skipper, because for, like, technical purposes, the cutscene skipper doesn't actually automatically skip the cutscenes, it just replaces every cutscene in the game with 400 milliseconds of nothing. But anyways, technical jargon aside, the game only checks to update those story flags during cutscenes or whenever you enter the world that never was. So, I wasn't able to, like, actually get to the second visit of this world until I, went to the world that never was to update the flags. It's kind of rare for that issue to happen, but it's not like unheard of in the randomizer, and it definitely like it can catch people off guard and stuff.
The important message of this fight is Sora doesn't eat children, just traps them in boxes.
Yeah, I mean, in our defense, they were being pretty bratty.
We're professionals. No need to go into it.
Let's see. This is also, actually, now that I think about it... Ooh, okay. This is pretty early for me to be in Halloween Town 2. I usually end up coming here quite a bit later. But it's just kind of how it worked out this seed. Nope. Whoop. You gotta love Thundaga. Like, seriously, if you hate Thundaga, I'm suing you. It's just, I don't know, it's so good. Like I said earlier, Fire and Blizzard definitely have their uses, but they're so situational, and Thunder is just like, it's never not useful. Like, the only times that you would ever want to not use Thunder is when you're fighting a boss that's invincible to Thunder.
Here's the requisite turret section.
Yeah. But it's Disney, so we're filling presents for Santa. Oh! Okay, well that was kind of unexpected to get Promise Charm here, but I'll take it. And so this is the final boss of Halloween Town 2. I really hope that we get the Torn page here, because if not, that means that the Torn page is on Absent Vexen. So, we'll see, but if I could avoid fighting Absent Vexen, that would be pretty cool, I think. Oh my god! Okay, you know what? Screw Dance Call, I'll just use Doug Flare.
Look, this boss just doesn't want you to open the box and check on the cat. You know what cat I'm talking about?
Yes. Are you referencing the fact that the boss's name is the Experiment?
I mean, I was thinking just, you know, until you know which check is the page. There's cat could be either. It's both on the absent silhouette and isn't until you've beaten the boss.
That's one way to look at it, yeah. Schrodinger's page.
Sorry, Schrodinger, like, slipped my mind at first. I'm like, oh gosh, what is it? What's the cat? Ah! Radiation cat.
Radiation cat. For all the viewers at home, please don't put your furry friends in boxes. Unless it's like, you know, one of those open cardboard boxes, and then, you know, your cat's just going to climb into that on their own. You have no control over that. Okay, we're good. Everything's fine, actually.
You got it.
Okay.
See, you got it. And that isn't the thing.
Well, I think there's a check on a pop-up real quick. I think. Oh, okay, there's the page.
Oh, Torn pages.
No Vexen today. Well, not right now. I think I'm gonna do Core Skip before I visit Spooky Cave here. Just because I wanna try and find that last page. If I don't have to make 2 trips to Hunter Acre, that would be kind of cool.
Right. Zaf has explained Core Skip to me multiple times, but I can't do it. So instead, I'm going to try to lay some groundwork beforehand.
I hate dancers.
Cavern of Remembrance core is kind of like an optional post-game area that's in Hollow Bastion. It's very high level and very hard and not necessary to beat the story of the game. But especially because this is level 1 critical, it's really hard to beat the boss fights. The encounters in the spot, and they're all forced fights. So instead, Sapphire is going to glitch through the first gate and basically be able to do the entire thing without fighting anybody.
Pretty much. There's one chest in the very end of core that I won't be able to get until I do the force fights later, which we will come back and do the force fights later. But there's so many chests here, and getting them early is gonna be very nice. And this is also like Kingdom Hearts 2 is very well made. This is like the only well-known glitch that is useful in speedrunning. It's literally the only one. Like, it's kind of surprising, even all these years later, like, the community has not been able to break this game in half or find almost anything. But basically, you want to come down here and grab this ledge, do a little Keyblade swipe, and then you can grab the ledge again, but from the inside. And so now we're out of bounds, and we're going to make our way over to that ledge. Alright, and now we have skipped the first forced fight of core.
Now, if I understand correctly, because the first fight hasn't been defeated, the gates for the other fights are not in place, so you can just walk through and gather all the stuff up without having to do any more nonsense.
Pretty much. We do have to activate these valves here, which can be annoying, especially on level 1, but we've got explosion, distance dash, so we should be alright. Master or final fire is also a good way to do this on level 1. Yeah, we're gonna target this middle one, and since you fire back and forth, it'll kind of, yep. And then the last part of core skip here is we have to jump up this ledge, and we're gonna have to do some master hovering, which is like the technical name for what I was doing earlier. Same technique for earlier when I was doing Shan Yu skip. And that is the traditional randomizer core skip completed. So now we can just kind of go through here, get all these chests, and worry about the forced fights way later when we have, better build. But there's 15 points here, so I'm kind of holding out for the last page and a drive form is probably what that is. And normally, like, the second force fight would be right here, but like Wrenchy said, the trigger for it doesn't even exist yet. And in this room, there's normally a bunch of enemies that spawn, and like...
Steam, it's awful, it's the worst.
Yeah, it's the worst, but we don't care.
We're schmoovin' in core skip.
Yeah, and I don't know, it's such a good trick. I love it so much. Okay, so one more chest here. Alright. So now we get to fall all the way back down. Where? Okay. So that's all we'll see of core for now. I guess knowing that the page is likely here, I think I am gonna keep going in Hollow Bastion. Let's see. Okay. Because, yeah, normally, you might want to wait on a lot of this stuff because it's kind of expected to be later-ish game. And especially, like, Battle of 1,000 Heartless is the best place to level grind your drive forms, so I generally will try and wait to do 1k until after I have, you know, all or at least most of the forms. But we've been kind of unlucky with the form placements in this seed, I guess. And just, you know, with our current hunt for pages and forms, it seems like... Oh, yeah. All right, there's our Valor form.
Good.
And
Not the most helpful form, but, you know, it's still good to get.
yeah, especially because that's confirmation now that the last 5 points here in Hollow Bastion have to be a torn page. And then we can go get our third proof. And we'll be in pretty good shape, all things considered. So, another thing we didn't really get to show earlier, because I was spamming Duck Flare, but Fire will actually insta-kill the water clones. And that will also be very useful later on in the run, too. Also, Demyx, being a water boy, is actually weak to fire magic. And immune to Blizzard, of course. I have an idea.
Basically, anytime you see a timer pop up in this fight, you're in a phase where you're not, like, fighting him properly. Instead, you need to... there'll also be a count for water forms, and you need to kill the water forms before the time runs out.
Yeah. And we'll see that more with Data Demyx, too. That's, like... You can bet any organization member that you see, the guys in, like, the black coats, there will be a super boss version of that guy that we'll see later. So these right here are called Final Fights, right before the Battle of 1,000 Heartless. And they're called Final Fights because we are joined by the Final Fantasy characters. So that's... You know, Yuffie from Final Fantasy VII. Here's Squall from Final Fantasy VIII. Although he's called
His name is Leon. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Don't dead name him, please. Yeah, I don't know why, like, in the Kingdom Hearts universe, he insists on being called Leon. I don't know. Is that, like, a thing in Final Fantasy VIII, too?
No, it absolutely isn't. It's just in Kingdom Hearts.
Okay. I've never actually played FF8, so... And here we get Tifa. Here you see the dual combo of, you know, magnet into thunder into, oh, everything on the screen is dead. That's not what I wanted to do.
Very mean. Bully those enemies.
Here we have Cloud. And this is the last final fight.
The final fight.
Oh my god.
I'm very clever. Please praise me.
The Final Fantasy.
Oh.
And now we have to re-equip all of Goofy's abilities because Goofy actually died. But, like, don't worry about it. He's fine now.
Mickey got all mad. He, like, clenched his fist.
They'll pay for this!
Yeah, you get it.
Alright, there's our pages.
4 pages.
Thank God I don't have to do 1k this exact second. Alright, so now we're gonna get our requisite minigame break. Yeah, these minigames are just absolutely riveting. You know, try not to fall asleep.
You should get really excited for yeeting the bear.
Yeah, well, I mean, Yeet the Bear is, like, the only really exciting one.
But yeah, but I'm just trying to drum up some interest.
That's fair. For this first mini game here, I'm gonna go over to the right side of the screen here, and then I'm gonna press circle and triangle a lot. And we're gonna be here for the next 45 seconds.
Is it the randomizer that increases the speed of this mini game, or is it one of the mods?
It's the randomizer quality of life. They actually, so I've been in the KH2 randomizer community for a while now, and I've kind of seen the randomizer grow a lot over time. And so the Goa randomizer itself and the randomizer quality of life thing actually used to be two separate mods. But now it's all been incorporated into like one mod pack, thankfully. And the modding community has also made great strides into, you know, making more options available in the randomizer and making things run more smoothly, making the game more stable to play. The PC ports are not known for, you know, their great stability, to be honest. You know, I mean, they're very good ways to play the games, especially because you have the HD remaster, and I really value access to the modding community, personally, because with all of, like, the randomizer and all of the other mods that people are making, like, it's, it just breathes, you know, such a breath of life into this game that is, you know, nearing 20 years old. So yeah, as Wrenchy mentioned, the randomizer quality of life makes the game engine just straight up run at 2x speed during a lot of these mini games, because they're already painful enough at 1x speed or at 2x speed, and they're just like really awful at 1x. There's a couple other times we'll get to see things running at 2x speed. But mostly it's with these mini games here. This one runs at regular speed, though.
So how's your Kingdom Hearts lore?
You're gonna need to be a little more specific.
Just something that somebody has said has just made me think of a little pop quiz while you're doing Spooky Cave. Ready for a pop quiz?
Okay, alright. Pop me.
Okay, so there's Heartless, which are people that have gotten their hearts. And there's, like, Nobodies, which are, like, the people who have been reformed after becoming heartless.
So
yeah?
the funny thing is, like, a heartless is actually like, oh, ice cream, that's very nice.
Good.
Heartless is actually like the manifestation of, you know, a heart without a body that has fallen to darkness.
Yeah.
A nobody is the shell of a body that's left behind when a heart has been taken out. So nobodies have bodies and heartless have hearts.
Yeah. So what do you call Sora right now, who has both a body and a heart?
A somebody?
Yeah, you got it. You win. A+ for you.
Yeah. So some, you know, powerful, like, people have, like, powerful hearts and wills, will, you know, have a nobody persist after they die, pretty much. And so you distinguish between them, you know, with, like, this is... Really? You're kidding me. Like, this is the person's somebody, and this is their nobody. So you have, like, Axel and Lee. You have Roxas, the nobody, and Sora, the somebody. It's fine. It's fine, I promise. More importantly, it's berry eating time.
I'll go to work. I'll see you later.
Dude, you came in time just for bear eating time.
What?
Eat the bear. Eat the bear.
All right. High score, 9999.
Wow.
Ah, that's
Bad
mid.
piece.
That's mid. Shut up.
It's okay. You'll get them live for the marathon.
Oh, was it
True.
difficult?
Was that a
Yeah.
claw and a proof?
Yeah, so that's we're doing pretty good. I think I'm gonna I'll do STT now just to get it out of the way. But we're pretty good to like start getting into the weeds of like later worlds and everything. So yeah. STT, Simulated Twilight Town, where you play as Roxas, normally serves as like the tutorial for Kingdom Hearts 2. So that's why you're seeing me skip through, you know, all this text. And normally Roxas is a slow, sad boy. He's just trying to enjoy his summer vacation, but thanks to the power of randomizer quality of life, Roxas is able to use magic and movement abilities and all of these advanced techniques.
You just buy that boy some sea salt ice cream. He deserves it.
Yeah, he, and maybe a hug. Maybe a hug. Dude, you chill. In these fights, Roxas is like, oh my god, no matter what I do, I can't hurt this mysterious enemy. And so you just have to hit it a bunch of times until the game decides, okay, you get it now, and then you can fight it. For real.
Yeah. The power of his heart manifests a Keyblade, then you can hit the thing, except you have magic.
Yeah.
You had magic before too, but now that you are holding a Keyblade, the magic will now hurt the nobody.
Yeah. It makes sense. You know what else makes sense?
Delivering bird to mail. I botched it. Sorry.
It's okay. We're delivering mail to birds. I don't know why they need the mail, but they really do. 826 ain't bad.
I really wanted to spit it out, and I just spaghetti is everywhere. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
I was excited for delivering mail to birds.
It's so funny to me. It's also, like, when I was first playing this game as a kid, I never thought twice about it. Like, I was just like, oh yeah, you know, you gotta do this minigame. And it was my favorite minigame, too. It's also, like, from a speedrun perspective, it's the fastest minigame to do. So, you know, that's another reason to do it, but... Yeah, so you're not supposed to have Magnet and Thunder and all that right now, but you gotta love Randomizer, you really do.
I mean, you've been violating the order of items all run. It's just especially apparent right here in the like prologue tutorial area where you have nothing.
Or at least you're supposed to.
Yeah.
Okay. So here we get Twilight Thorn, who is big and angry, and I might be able to skip his second phase, but we'll see. This is also the other example of the game engine running at 2x speed. This is supposed to be like your tutorial for reaction commands, but you can just run around and mash triangle. And also do this.
Have you ever thought about how like Roxas's symbol is an X, and when he's bound up by that energy, he's formed into an X?
By that symbol, do you mean the recusant sigil? The thing that has a name in canon and is very important?
I suppose, I guess.
So that was a very, very short Twilight Thorn, because our stats are... our stats are nearing their final numbers. So for a level 99 run, we would expect Strength and Magic to level out around like 120 or 130-ish. Would probably be where it would end up. In a level 1 run, we're looking probably like high 30s, low 40s if we're lucky on all of our stats. Also, we can bully our friends with advanced magic. Limit form, I usually like to wait to do Simulated Twilight Town until I have limit form because it makes the struggle fights all take, 5 seconds. Like, literally 5 seconds.
Let's go. Yeah. That's more like it. Give me strength.
I think it's really funny in context how in the randomizer here, Roxas can just turn into Sora.
My life is a
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to lose.
He's not supposed to lose.
My life is a chip in your pile.
Setzer!
Alright, so that is Reflera, which is pretty good. That makes me feel confident enough to feel like I can probably go back to Marluxia. And there's only 2 points in The World That Never Was, so I'm not, like, super pressed to go there soon, but I could probably handle Roxas if I needed to right now. Because, you play as Roxas, but you also fight Roxas because he's an organization member.
Ooh.
But it's like a mind fight that happens only inside Sora's heart. Because they're like battling over who gets to exist. It's very sad. Every time I hear the other promise, I want to cry my eyes out. And Roxas gives that iconic line, "You make a good other."
It's okay. I'm sure Best Boy Sora will save Roxas by the end of this arc of Kingdom Hearts.
That's true.
Maybe one day we'll see the conclusion of that story.
Maybe one day when I submit Kingdom Hearts 3 Randomizer to Flame24.
Ooh, spicy.
That's not confirmed. That's a big maybe, but who knows? I personally don't find Kingdom Hearts 1 Randomizer or Kingdom Hearts 3 Randomizer as fun as Kingdom Hearts 2 Randomizer, but I am exceptionally nostalgia blind for this game, so. And, I do still find both of them fun, even if it's not quite as addictive as Kingdom Hearts 2 is for me. I have to give the obligatory, I'm a woman, and I'm very confident in that identity. However, look at this man. Roxas is so gender. Like, peak 2006. I swear. We love this boy.
He's a good boy.
I love Roxas a completely normal and healthy amount, I swear. Okay. Identity disc. Alright.
Yeah, a little more space paranoids.
Yeah. I would like to find Trinity Limit before I have to do Solar Sailor and everything. Otherwise, I might have a space anxiety attack, but... I mean, we have Duck Flare, so it can't be that bad.
Where still has more than 10 points?
Okay, so Twilight Town has a fire element and then also 10 points. Disney Castle, or Marluxia, really, has exactly 10 points. And Agrabah has 14 points. It's probably, I guess, 2 spells? Yeah, because we're missing Wisdom and Final Form, which are going to be in Twilight Town and Marluxia in some order. So Agrabah's got 2 spells. And that's basically it. We're kind of closing in on ABN sooner than later. And like we already had all blue numbers here in Simulated Twilight Town, but it wouldn't make sense to leave when all we had left to do was this Axel fight, and then we're just done. So, especially because, you know, as previously mentioned-ish, we would need to finish the story of Simulated Twilight Town anyways in order to gain access to the Data Roxas fight. Let's see, Scimitar is on drive form levels, so right now it makes the most sense to... I'm going to try and fight Marluxia.
Alright. I don't know the Absent Silhouette fight nearly as well as the Data fight, but this guy's got a gimmick. He puts a number on your head. The number is equal to your current level. Every time you take a hit, that number goes down. When your number hits 0, you die. So in critical level 1, if you ever get hit by a scythe, you just immediately die.
So he has 2 reaction commands there, Aerial Strike and Restore Count. Restore Count will increase your counter if you have taken any damage to it. That's useless to us. Aerial Strike will deal a crap ton of damage, like way more damage than it has any right to deal, because it'll deal like still more than a full health bar of damage, even if you're level 1. Alright, I lost the loop there, but that's okay. We'll be seeing more of that in the Data Marluxia fight later.
Those puddles on the ground do hurt you, but they do not count as being getting hit, so it is not immediately fatal. When he goes to summon the puddles, if you are standing in the middle of the room and attacking, you are supposed to be able to knock him out of the animation to do that, which is the loop that Sapphire was talking about right there. This allows you to continue to beat on Marluxia.
Okay, now he's in DM phase, so we're not going to be able to loop him anymore, but that's A-okay. And he's going to... G Marluxia...
Like
oh, yes, yeah, the skateboard. How did I forget about skateboard hours? I was going to say, you know, G Marluxia, how come Xemnas lets you have 2 desperation moves? Only boss I'm aware of that has multiple desperation moves like that. This is a little scary. Duck flaring for safety here. Okay. And now we're gonna get more skateboard hours. No, dude. Alright, he's got, like, no HP left.
You're close. You got it.
Alright, that's Wisdom
work.
Form. I did not want to get Wisdom Form.
Yeah, I know that's not what you were looking for, but you know, it's still helpful to have.
Yeah, you know what? I might have a Keyblade with Light and Darkness on it, and I can just force Final here. Yeah, okay. That's gonna be more convenient than going to Twilight Town at the moment. So, do you want to talk about like what forcing Final Form even means? I think we mentioned it earlier, but
Yeah, I believe the way that this works is when you try to enter a form with light and darkness equipped, instead of whatever form you asked for, it will either give you master form or anti-form. But
Final Form.
sorry, yes, final form or anti-form. And once you have it, like once you get final form that way, then you just have it unlocked, even though you haven't found the thing. So you just use light and darkness to go into forms a couple times until you get final form that way.
Yeah.
Did I get that right enough?
Pretty much, yeah. Sometimes it can take, up to 8 or 9 anti-forms, until you do finally, get final. So getting it after only 1 anti there was pretty lucky, actually. And obviously, we'll still have to go through, Twilight Town later, to get, like, the, final form important check, I guess you could say. But because like the item that will unlock Agrabah 2 is on some drive form level, I just wanted to get access to all of the drive forms. Also, Trinity limit there, that's pretty important. It's another very good limit that, especially in certain late game situations, we will be abusing, right along with Duck Flare. So yeah, we're gonna just try our best to level forms as much as we can while we're here. Wisdom form levels by just killing Heartless, so you can level Wisdom in almost any world, and we're going to probably go to Twilight Town next to level up Final, because Twilight Town 3 especially just has a great abundance of nobodies, so it's like, it's honestly one of the only places that you can really go to level up Final Form. Oh, wait. I should actually, okay, I should do Twilight Town and then 1K. I don't know why I'm...
Oh, yeah, yes.
I don't know how that escaped my mind. Fake speedrunner, really. So normally in the Battle of 1,000 Heartless, you would only be able to really level up Limit Form, but because one of those mods that we have adds Donald and Goofy to the Battle of 1,000 Heartless, we will be able to level up all of our drive forms except for Final Form, because there are no nobodies in the Battle of 1,000 Heartless.
Let's go. Gather.
Ooh.
Gather.
Okay, good.
This is Valor. Valor levels up by beating on stuff. There's the Scimitar. That's one of the things we were looking for.
Gather. Thunder. Gather. Give me strength.
Wisdom. This one is by killing Heartless, which there are a lot of.
So true. We're gonna have to take a minute to restore our drive.
That's what all the yellow balls that are popping out of everything are.
Yes. Limit Form is just by using these limit abilities. We're gonna spam Sonic Blade because it has the best invincibility frames, pretty much, and also a pretty low mana cost, so it's easy to spam.
got some master. This is leveled by grabbing drive orbs.
And I mean, the most important thing about Master Form is that it's purple. Really, that's
Yeah, I mean, yes.
All right. So now, all of our drive forms except Final Form are level 7. So we're gonna switch tactics here to snagging these guys and spamming Sparkle Ray, because it kills so many Heartless.
By rotating the camera, the game will load in more real Heartless as opposed to ping Heartless, which are just there to look intimidating. And thus you can kill them faster and get through this sequence more efficiently.
Yeah, I mean, the PS2 definitely could not handle, you know, having 1,000 Heartless loaded into memory at a time, so they had to do with a bunch of PNG Heartless on the side.
I think the effect works.
Yeah. Come on, I need...
Now, if you could find a ping, or a real one of these guys, snag guys, the Sparkle Ray boys. I don't remember what they're actually called.
Surveillance robots, I want to say?
Sure.
Oh my god. I think in later games they were retconned to be named Watchers. So they also, the Watchers will stop spawning when you get below a certain number of Heartless, so we want to try and not let it go off screen like that. So, sweet. Yeah, now I will go to Twilight Town, and we will be leveling up Final Form. And, Agrabah 2 will also be a good place to go. It probably has Reflega. So...
Let's go. Gather.
Alright. Yeah, Final Thundaga is pretty good. So that one force fight and that one check is the entirety of Twilight Town 2, as we were talking about earlier. So that, you know, gives you a little insight into why, you know, I have such a distaste for, you know, having a visit unlocking item to unlock, you know, that 5 minutes of gameplay and then also this.
5 minutes.
It was much less than 5 minutes, you're right. 5 minutes if you're bad and or you go there early. Yeah, Twilight Town 3, though, is very good because there's just a ton of chests here. You know, in the mansion, in Sunset Terrace over here. Okay, so that's the Final Form
Hey,
item.
that's for real Final Form.
Yeah. So there's also, you can disable the ability to force Final Form in, like, the randomizer options, but I like playing with it on, and, you know, the possibility of having several ways to gain access to that. And there's also alternate ways to access the other drive forms. We just didn't really get to see them in this run. But certain abilities can be on Keyblades, you know, Auto Valor, Auto Wisdom, Auto Limit, Auto Master, and Auto Final. If Sora gets to critical HP and the, like, you have enough drive forms, you have enough drive gauges, and the requisite party members are available, then it will give you a reaction command prompt that will allow you to go into that drive form. So that can be useful if you don't have access to, like, the actual drive form items, but you can start collecting, you know, some of the checks for leveling up that form. We just didn't really get to see it much in this run because getting to critical HP without, you know, being dead is not very common in critical level 1. So that, and also the auto form abilities, they don't count for, like, increasing the maximum level of your drive forms. So, like, if you have no drive forms, then the maximum level for each form is actually level 2. So, you know, you could enter, you know, Valor form, let's say, using Auto Valor, but then, you know, you could only get 1 level up on that, you know, 1 check. So, it's a little bit like, you know, is it even worth it? But it can be nice in Randomizer sometimes. It's just, it's a situational thing. But that's a lot of the fun for Randomizer for me, is, you know, being able to, you know, make those decisions on the fly and, you know, figure out what's best for my current situation. Because it's
Which of
different
those
every
flavors
time.
of ice cream do you at least want to eat?
Probably liver pepper ice cream. Okay, liver, I am of the opinion that if it is cooked and seasoned by someone who knows what they're doing, it doesn't have to taste awful. But liver pepper ice cream. We're talking about ice cream. Like, I don't know, that feels like, I don't know, I've seen people talk about having, like, pizza ice cream, and that feels like a personal attack on my character, honestly.
Noted.
Not actually, but, like, pizza ice cream, just because you can doesn't mean you should, you know?
Or maybe that's exactly why we should.
Oh no. Don't encourage them. Maybe it's them I should be telling, not to encourage you.
So, an anecdote that has nothing to do with the run. I have some friends in my hometown. I don't live there anymore. But there was a little while where we were doing Chopped. Do you know the game Chopped? Where you got a mystery basket filled with food and you have a little bit of time to make a dish. Well, because we're not professional chefs, we give ourselves a lot more time, but it was still like a bunch of nonsense ingredients, make a dish out of it.
Yeah.
One of my friends made everything bagel ice cream sandwiches. And let me tell you, that everything bagel ice cream between the 2 cookies was maybe one of the worst things I've ever eaten in my entire life.
Alright, tangentially related, reminds me of when I was in elementary school and I would eat weird foods just because it would, you know, give shock value to my friends. I once dipped a grape in marinara sauce. I would not recommend doing that, just to anyone who's curious, I suppose.
It doesn't sound good, but it also doesn't sound awful to me. Like, you say it, and I'm just like, it's probably just not great.
No, yeah, I mean, it's not like, you know, it wasn't that bad, but it was, I did have that burning sensation of why afterwards. So, I guess to talk about the run or something, you know, we have the Elemental Lords here. They're really not imposing, like, at all. You can just smack them at each other. Cast Thunder and Reflect a lot. What's new? Or,
They explode
Thunder
into a bunch
Magnet.
of little guys, then you just magnet them up.
Yeah. I love coming here late in game, because you can just cast Magnet and Thunder a bunch, and, like, what can they do?
Yeah, you just bully this boss.
Yeah, honestly, every boss that's not a super boss is pretty easy to bully late-ish game, even in level 1. You know, it's not necessarily about how high your stats are, but, you know, more like, just do you have Thundaga? Do you have Magnega? Do you have Trinity Limit or Duck Flare? We've already seen the myriad uses of Duck Flare and just how bonkers it is. I should mention, Duck Flare was actually, like, massively buffed in the HD remasters. I don't know why. But Duck Flare is much better on PC than on PS2, which, so I can clarify, the most common ways to play a randomizer, well, actually, really the only ways to play randomizer are, either, you know, using the PC port, which is what I would personally recommend, for a number of reasons, but, you can also play on a PS2 emulator, which is, you know, it's not lacking too much from the PC version, but, you know, it's always nice to have all the extra good stuff and HD graphics, and most importantly, you know, Duck Flare is like 4 times better for no reason. I genuinely don't know why they buffed Duck Flare.
I wonder if it has something to do with the way the frames were limited originally. So maybe it was an unintentional thing as opposed to a design choice.
You know, I don't know enough about it to say definitively one way or the other. Because, I mean, you know, I do know a bit about, like, the inner workings of the game and everything. Because I've made, you know, several mods. We talked about critical rebalance and 4 movement plus earlier. But that's a good point. Okay. Alright, can we not kill Sora, please? Thank you. Okay. Okay. Alright, so there's one of the spells, and now we just have one more spell. Please don't be on Absent Lixaeus. That's all I can say. Also, Genie Jafar is so funny. He has one voice line that is literally just like him spouting some gibberish, I swear. Makes me go insane every time I hear it. But you just want to punch him in the gut a bunch. And then you can kind of do some combos on him. And then you can turn him into a fruit roll-up. Spin him around. And then you can just attack him some more.
Yeah, Genie Jafar seems like he's having a bad day.
Yeah. If I had some better equipment, I would probably be able to have skipped his DM here, but that's not a big deal. So for now, we're just going to get some buildings thrown at us, which happens surprisingly often in this game, actually. There it is!
Oh, he's the Gub Gub Glow Gab Galab.
Yeah, that. What?
Oh, I'm sorry. I unleashed a cursed thing and then gotcha.
I genuinely cannot remember the last time I died to Genie Jafar. That's... I'm honestly, like, shocked. Really?
The yeast of thoughts and minds really has your number today.
I guess.
Do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
No, I can pretend.
This is for the best. I definitely should not go any further with this explanation. You are better not knowing it.
Okay. I'll trust your
Chat
judgment.
at home, you know about the Club Go Gab Galab. Or maybe you don't, at which point, please don't Google it.
It's over.
What are you doing?
Yeah. This is it.
Okay, I might.
This is it.
No.
Close.
Come on. No, 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 no. Can I? I can't. I can't limit. Dude!
Oof.
Genuinely never had this much trouble with Genie Jafar, I swear. I'm gonna have to, like, Blizzard him from far away or something. Is he weak to Blizzard? I know he's weak to Blizzard in Kingdom Hearts 1. This shows you how much thought I usually put into the Genie Jafar fight. Can you do not? Please? Oh my god. Well, you know, it would not be an ASBN run if I had a lot of trouble with something that's normally super easy for me for no reason. That's just like par for the course in these runs. There is always one thing at least that that just gives me way too much grief. But it'll be alright. I've been doing a lot of the super boss practice. So dude, can you do not?
Okay.
What? There we go. Okay, we're gonna.
Yeah. Yeah. Take this.
What are you doing?
This isn't gonna skip his second phase, but it is gonna. Let's see.
Freeze. Freeze.
Oh.
He's trying real hard to make his normally very empty threats stick this time.
Yeah, I mean, trouble double doubled out. I don't know if that's supposed to be like the sound of him casting a spell, but it's like I don't know. It's such a memeable voice line. Okay, can we? Dude, he just casts spells infinitely? What is happening? I don't have access, like, because Sora's on the carpet, I don't have access to, like, you know, a bunch of the things that I would normally use.
It's over.
Okay, no, I missed the fruit roll-up. Okay. That was really close, but that's why, wait! He didn't do the DM? New strat unlocked? Question mark?
All shall bend to my will.
Okay. I'm having ideas, and that's generally a dangerous thing.
Yeah, it's over.
Typically, when I'm playing a randomizer, my strategy is no thoughts, only gaming.
What are you doing?
Fair.
Freeze. Okay.
No. He has like 1 HP, dude. Okay, I'm just gonna try to like get up in there and punch him with like a blizzard or something.
You got it.
Okay. Always get that close up of his face. It makes me deeply uncomfortable.
Nice job with the perseverance.
Yes. Yes, the perseverance. And now we're gonna go back to Space Paranoids, get the skill in Crossbones so that we can finish Port Royal. That has one of our last spells here. Alright, so this is the Solar Sailor we mentioned earlier. And we are going to be judiciously using, you know, all of those overpowered things that we've been using before. I'm going to get Goofy in my party so we can use full and proper Trinity Limit. There's a solo version of Trinity Limit that Sora can use by himself. But it is nowhere near as good as the full party version. Oh, jeez. Okay, alright. So Trinity Limit has these 3 commands you use, and then the damage that the finisher deals is based off of how many hits you had in your original combo. Alright. Gaming. I saw Donald got Thunder, so that's cool. Alright, there's Magnet and Skill and Crossbones. Sweet. So, we don't even need to do Wide Man. Not yet. Which is good, because I don't feel
He's
like...
so wide.
Yeah, he just has the widest face in the West. Yeah, okay. Or, oh wait, no, I'm gonna need to reload the flags again, aren't I? I guess, you know, I'll just do Beast Castle first, and there'll probably be a cutscene during that, rather than going to World Never Was. We're kind of in a point where, like, the order that we do things in doesn't really matter anymore. We just have to go around and do all of the things.
Yeah, we're basically in story cleanup before we get to the end game and then the super bosses.
Yeah. Yeah, things have been pretty, like, scattered around this seed, I guess.
In spite of Hollow Bastion having, what, 59 points total?
Oh god, yeah, something like that. But it's always, you know, the, like, progression orders can really mess you up. Definitely, like, finding the drive forms was a struggle for seemingly no reason. I think I have the logic difficulty set to normal, but I'm gonna have to double check that and make sure it's set to normal. Because there's, you know, you can do nightmare logic seeds that will force you to do all sorts of awful things. But especially like for level 1, keeping it where, like, you know, some things are going to be easily-ish accessible to you, and then there's some things that the game's going to make you work for. I think that's kind of the best way to go about it. Because, I mean, the run is still challenging. Like, you know, don't get that twisted.
You don't say that a level 1 critical run is challenging.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's no way to make level 1 easy or safe, you know, other than, like, a lot of practice, I guess. Just, like, have you considered being a gamer about it? But I don't know, it's hard, I think, harder as a viewer to understand sometimes, because, like, Sora, especially in the endgame, Sora is so powerful, but simultaneously, you know, I'll die in one hit, like, forever.
Yeah, you have a lot of options and powers, but you're still extremely fragile.
Yeah, it's very much like a glass cannon situation in level 1. Especially, like, with the mod setup I have and everything, which, you know, it doesn't change too much from, like, the vanilla experience, but it changes enough. Ah, okay, that's agreed. That's agreed right there. Oh! Michael!
Oh, it's Mickey! Did you forget that you could get Mickey in this Alban fight? Because
I did, yeah. You gotta wake up! Grade A idea.
Yeah, you could just also just hit him with Duck Flare, I guess.
When in doubt. Okay. Go back to Port Royal, get our Reflega. Reflega being my last spell does suck a little bit, but, you know, I'll survive, probably. It also, I guess it depends on how far it's going to make me go. If it's going to make me, you know, finish Port Royal 2, that could suck. There's a decent amount of chests in Port Royal 2, though, so you know, Randomizer giveth, and the randomizer taketh away. I've adopted that saying. It's mine now.
Yeah, I'm glad. I took it from somebody else. So, you know, culture spreads.
Yeah.
A thing that I don't think got explained was when you're moving between areas in Port Royal, you'll frequently get, like, a random encounter on the boat, but if you just go below decks, they'll just be like, oh, well, I guess Sora doesn't want to play, and leave, and then you come back out and you're at your destination.
Yeah, pretty much. Because if it gives you an ambush and then you try to go right back to the same place, it is just like... it always puts you there. I don't know. It's weird. There's also, normally there's like a more ornate looking map when you're traveling around in Port Royal, but for some reason, displaying that map on the screen very commonly crashes the PC version of the game, so they just took it out for stability reasons. And it's replaced with that text menu, which, you know, works just as fine. And more importantly, it doesn't crash my game, so...
You know, modern systems just can't handle those PS2 era pings.
I guess. Something like that.
You know, I see this close-up of Zombie Jack, and my very first thought is, have you considered going and seeing a doctor? But there's no way that Jack Sparrow has ever gone to see a doctor a day in his life.
So true. I mean, like, what are they gonna diagnose him with? Dead? What do you prescribe for that?
Have you considered having the curse broken?
Yeah. I guess that's... Gotta collect the Aztec gold. So this is Grim Reaper 2. All my homies hate Grim Reaper 2. Basically, if even a single one of the medallions is not in the chests, or in the chest, then he will be just completely invincible. And the only way to get him to drop medallions is by casting magic on him. Okay, so we reached the second phase, so he just steals a bunch more medallions out of the chest. One of the mods that I made is called Faster Grim Reaper 2, and it just makes it so that instead of this fight being 3 really long, annoying medallion collectee phases, it's only 1 phase. And it is a very nice mod. A lot of people use it when playing boss randomizer, because things can get very chaotic very quickly when you're playing boss randomizer. Dude, give me your medallions. Thank you. So, second phase, very quick. Yeah, he's in third phase now. He's gonna steal all 882 medallions from the chest. Do a little desperation move here. And now we're going to have to spend approximately 5 years bullying him with Fire and Blizzard to get all of this Aztec treasure out of him. So this third phase especially is why a lot of people hate him, because he always steals all 800 freaking medallions. And, like, the only quick and easy way to deal with it is with that aerial fire and blizzard combos. But I mean, like Wrenchy mentioned earlier, not everyone has that specific same mod setup that I do. So that is a strat that is like you could say exclusive to my mod setup.
That's your Reflega, right?
Yes. So now I have to do...
Oh, Sora's gonna be a little kitty. Look at him.
Yeah, look at little kitty Sora. So I've got Pridelands, Olympus, and The World That Never Was. Those are the only worlds that have any points left in them. And then we'll be fighting Final Zemi. There's also another name that we occasionally use for him, but that's a surprise tool that'll help us later. So here's Scar. Scar is really annoying, because we talked about revenge values a little bit earlier. I'll say this: most bosses in the game, like the overwhelming majority of them, have a revenge value of 12.5. So, that's like a medium amount of attacks that you can do before they'll start retaliating. Scar has a revenge value of 6.25. So he just retaliates every 2 seconds, and it's annoying. Also, his anger can grow for far too long, and he'll just be, like, invincible and run around with some darkness balls. And now we can kill him. Once he starts yawning, or once he stops yawning, I guess. So that's Scar.
That was Scar. I kind of don't like the weird bird Donald.
I mean, he's a weird bird normally too. It's just less.
Yeah, I know.
You know what does bother me is in Atlantica, which Atlantica is one of the very few worlds that we never see in this run.
Yeah, I wish you would have a little finny fun.
No. 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 No, you don't. Trust me.
Sorry, go ahead. We don't see Atlantica.
Oh, yeah, yeah. But Donald has, like, an octopus form in Atlantica.
I like the octopus form a lot more.
I don't know, seeing, like, the feather turn into octopus tentacles is deeply unsettling for me.
I'm a partisan on this issue, and Octopus Donald is way better than Seagull Donald. Like, what is he?
I don't know. I think that the only reason that Goofy is a turtle in Pride Lands is because he was a turtle, like a sea turtle in Atlantica in Kingdom Hearts 1, and they were like, well, I guess he can also still be a turtle, and they probably didn't know what else to make him. Like, I mean, because, like, he's a dog. You could have made him, some kind of canine.
I think that they're probably sticking with it because of the shield, but even still, you could, I don't know, make him like an armadillo, maybe?
That, actually, I could see that. So here, we're gonna have, God, I hate him so much, I can't even remember what his name is.
An armadillo kind of doesn't seem very savanna-y, but neither does a sea turtle, so, like, I guess that's not really much of a point.
Neither does a seagull.
Yeah, I'm sure that it's some sort of, well, horrifying amalgamation of creatures, really. But, you know. You're gouging this poor Heartless's eye out.
Poor? We'll see about that. A ground shaker, that's what it's called. Yeah, and I missed the Berserk Charge quick kill, so I'm sorry. What? Okay, so we're gonna first try the Ground Shaker quick kill. Welcome to Ground Shaker. We're gonna do some jumpy jumps. Then we're gonna destroy our triangle button.
Take this.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty hard on level 1, but you can do that there and reduce him all the way to 1 HP. Dude, what are you doing?
being a brat.
Yeah, real. Okay. This is Simba's limit Wildcat, and it can be surprisingly effective in certain circumstances. Okay, so we're getting him to do his DM now. So we're gonna do this other fend leap thing, and then that'll pretty much be the end of Ground Shaker.
This is it.
There's just one more unfortunate complication, which is in order to actually defeat Ground Shaker, you need to attack the core on its back. So we gotta jump up here. We're gonna reflect some monkey punches. And that's that.
Oh boy, ukulele charm, summon Stitch.
I could, but I won't. Okay, so Olympus. Oh, okay. That's right, Lunkheads. Pete's invincible.
Right. You know, I almost forgot after all the rest of the run.
You know, some things are truly important.
Oh,
Alright.
that was the whole line. I heard it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I think it's mostly in, like, the Disney Castle one that I have a hard time hearing it.
Or maybe it legitimately is old Pete's invincible in that one. It just is a different voice line.
Gaslight Mandela affecting myself into making it real. So this is the Hydra. Fun fact, you should get up on the Hydra's back.
It's a good thing Danny DeVito's here to help with that.
So true.
You know, this Visit 1 boss from the early part of the game does not really seem to stand much of a chance against you right now.
Dude, I have 35 strength. That's like... That's endgame level 1 territory. Also, you're not supposed to have thunder when you fight Hydra, so you can just target the heads and you don't have to do anything else. Okay, so we don't have to go to Olympus 2 yet. We can just do... This is our last important check. Ansem report number 7. Hoo boy! So, yeah, now we get to say hi to Roxas. But, like, boss fight Roxas. He's very angy and angsty, and wants to just exist with his friends and some sea salt ice cream. But the world said no. Great.
Oh, but he just said yes.
Roxas be like, have you ever heard of lasers? Most of Roxas's attacks aren't scary if you know how to, like, just block them and use reflect, but, the lasers are the one thing that are, like, legitimately always scary and hard to deal with on level 1. Or that, because his revenge value was higher than I expected it to be. Generally, if you can, you want to try to get him to retaliate while he's in the air, because he'll always do that, you know, curve down attack. And This is kind of what I meant earlier when I was talking about, like, manipulating bosses, you know, and attacking in certain ways to make sure that they always will retaliate in certain ways, just to make boss fights more consistent and easy. Alright, and now we're gonna bully him with Ars Arcanum, and now I'm gonna drop my inputs. Easy.
Yeah, that was clean.
Alright. Alright, so now we got a couple chests here after Roxas. And then we're gonna have Zigbar.
You really shouldn't have betrayed us.
You clever little sneak! One day I'm gonna be like, you know, 75 years old with dementia, and like nurses in nursing home are gonna try to talk to me. I'm gonna be like, you know, hey, you know, it's time for lunch, and I'm gonna be like, you really shouldn't have betrayed us, because it's like the last figment of my mind that I'll still have. I did not want to go into wisdom form. That's okay. That's the one plight of multiple shortcut menus. Sometimes you're not on the shortcut menu you thought you were, and you know, do a thing that you weren't expecting to do, but that is, that's okay. It's honestly, it's so worth it to have the versatility that the mod affords you. Like, it's indescribably useful, really. So this is the betraying.
You really shouldn't have betrayed us.
Yeah.
Got you now. You clever little sneak.
Come on.
R
R
for reload.
for reload. H for horizontal slash.
Yeah. Bully him for me. I know the first time you asked, I said my least favorite was Demix, but it's definitely Zigbar.
Even after all of the current canon revelations?
Yeah, especially after all of that.
Okay. You know what, that's fair. I think it made me like him more, but if it makes you like him less, I understand. Oh, and now he's angry. So yeah, he'll just wait out your Duck Flare if he wants to do his Desperation move. He wants to show you what he saved for you. And it turns out what he saved for you is a lot of magic bullets.
Running around in a circle and avoiding all of his nonsense.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but boss DMs are surprisingly susceptible to just gliding around in a circle and not getting hit by any of it. Dude, is he gonna
So
DM
that-
again?
Yeah. In the async that we're doing, I was trying to fight Zigbar, and after like the 4th or 5th time of not successfully gliding in a circle, I was like, I'm just gonna come back later. And he's the only thing that I have in that game left right now.
That's fair. It's honestly, it's pretty hard unless you have at least level 3 or 4 glide.
I did all of core, like legit. Like I was like, oh, I should be able to beat whatever now. And I went and fought Roxas, and that was kind of hard, but I was able to do it. And then I got stopped here, and I'm just like,
Oh,
really? And that's part of why I'm like Zigbar's my least favorite. I'm specifically angry with him right now.
understandable. All right, so that is all blue numbers. So Now we have fulfilled our contractual obligation to make all the numbers blue, and we can actually go beat the game.
Hi, Riku. Bye, Riku.
Riku! It's Riku! Riku's here! I looked everywhere for you!
He's so tall.
True. Alright, so this is interacting with the Goa terminal I was talking about earlier to just skip right into final fights. I do have another Charge Arm Plus. That's very cool. Well, let's Grand Ribbon. Then Charge Arm Plus. Cosmic Arts? I have Cosmic Arts, and then Golden Plus, and Golden Plus. Everyone's got Mega Elixirs. Come on, get it together. Riku. Come on, Riku. Okay.
Is menuing the true hard mode of all speedrunning?
Well, the menuing in this game is pretty crisp, honestly. Especially, like, you saw filling out all the, like, Mega Elixir slots. I feel like it's very... I guess not super easy to do slick menuing there, but I'm very, like, used to it. And it's one of the, like, I don't know. Some of the menuing just feels really good to do in this game. I think this game has some of the best menus in any game I've ever played, honestly. Especially in the PC port. So here we're going to cast Magnega a lot. And throw these nobodies into the cylinder. This place is going to explode! Your only hope is to use Stunt Dodge! The joke that JD and I always love to make is, you know, imagining, you know, you're with, like, your significant other, you're just, kind of going for a stroll. You guys stop at, like, a coffee shop, you're sitting down, and you're, just having a nice little cup of coffee and a conversation, and you're just chilling. And then in the, like, upper left-hand corner of your vision, you just see this message. This place is going to explode! Your only hope is to use Stunt Dodge!
I would definitely not know how to respond to that, and then I would be exploded.
Probably, yeah. I can only imagine, you know, as good as I may be at pressing the triangle button in video games, I'm not sure how I would press the triangle button in real life. So, that would probably spell my demise. Dude, I hate
The
Berserkers.
Berserker got you.
Yeah, he really did. That's okay.
Rude.
I get to go Final Form and show off Final Blender. Did I explain Final Blender to you?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, basically, one of the cool things about Final Form is that, like, your Keyblades are constantly just, like, spinning around you. And, there's an active hitbox, at, like, the start of the glide animation. So, if you mash square to start and stop gliding very rapidly, in Final Form, it basically creates and destroys that hitbox over and over again. And you can just deal massive amounts of damage in no time. And that's called Final Blender. Because it really does shred enemies if you can do it right.
Yeah. Doesn't it also not charge revenge as well?
You know, about that, I actually don't know, but, that would make sense to me if it didn't charge revenge. I know Final Form in general has some weird, like, asterisk stuff when it comes to revenge values. And, like, not behaving regularly. Okay, so that was Armor Zemnis 1, and now he's not. If you haven't noticed, that this is, like, the final fights section is pretty long, consists of, like, 5 sections, and this is Armor Zemnis 2. Normally there's, like, a big auto-scroller section called, like, Dragon Zemnis, but it's long and boring and annoying and really stupid, and we skip it in Randomizer because quality of life is so good.
Cards are power. Nothingness is eternal.
So here we get to shoot Riku on a building. That's always fun. Man, everything about this game is just peak 2006. That's all I can say.
You know, I'm sure that armor is very heavy, Zemnis, but fighting while sitting in a throne is probably not optimal for you. You should really stand up.
Yeah, I really don't know what's up with that. Like, I don't know, it's just trying to lord over us, or... Also, I have another fun little trivia fact. There's actually a bunch of unused voice lines for this this fight we're currently in, Armor Zemnis 2, that are just kind of hanging around the game files, and they just never got used. There is a mod somewhere. I don't have it downloaded personally, but there is a mod out there that restores the unused voice lines to this boss fight, if that's something that you're interested in. So, yeah, that's cool.
It's okay. I think Zemnis has enough voice lines for my tastes.
Embrace nothingness. Alright, this should get him close to Dunzo. Okay, and with a Mega Elixir and properly Dunzo. Alright.
Good work.
So now we finally have actual final Zemnis. Like, for real this time.
Anger and hate are supreme.
Except for Super Boss Zemnis, but you know.
Well, you know.
Shall go together.
Okay, so do you want to talk about 30 to 60 FPS?
Yeah, sure. So, in the game moving from 30 to 60 FPS with the remasters for PC, a bunch of the reaction commands got broketed because they're linked to frame rate. They did eventually fix most of them, but the one that allows you to dodge the like shadowy vines that he uses never got fixed. So you just kind of have to deal with the fact that the way that they wanted you to deal with it, you can't use.
Pretty much, yeah. The reaction command for it appears way later than it should, pretty much. And specifically when he grabs you to do the "we shall go together," it will always hit you. So you have to either, tank the hit or go into a limit, which, I used Riku's session there. And in level 1 critical, tanking the hit is not an option. So...
Why don't you stand?
Ah, okay. It's alright. Where are you?
Why don't you stand?
Okay, so we're gonna try and catch him in this. I don't know if he's even on screen right now. Aw, man.
Why don't
Okay,
Spare
in this like final phase of the fight, it's really hard to stagger him without letting him grab you and do the "Can you spare a heart?" But letting him grab you is also a really good way to die in level 1, so we want to try and let that not happen. Oh, he's laser doming, dude. Okay. That's fine. We're gonna get to see the gayest cutscene ever. So, this is something you can't usually do in, like, the vanilla game, but, they allowed it in Randomizer. You can actually skip, Laser Dome, which is this section here where we're just reflecting. So, yeah, you can't skip it in the vanilla game, but in the Randomizer, you know, if you can stagger him long enough to actually bring him to, you know, killing range HP, you can just completely skip Laser Dome. And that skips this, like... This is the only cutscene, quote-unquote, that doesn't get skipped, in the Randomizer, because, like, it's technically not a cutscene. This is happening, like, you know, in-engine during the battle. It's not handled through the cutscene engine, I guess. You're gonna lose it all. Alright. So that is Final Xemnas. We'll be seeing him again, as Wrenchy alluded to. And, oh yeah, we beat the game.
Yeah, GG.
GG. Runs over.
Why is the
Go
timer
home.
still running?
That's a great question. It'll be fine, you know. Oh my god, we used anti-form one time. Can't believe it.
So busted.
I know.
The real question that I've got for you is why didn't you summon Chicken Little?
Okay, that is a good, you know, real talk note. The summons can be pretty useful, in certain situations. But, let's see, hold on. Lucia, okay, we can do that later. I can do AS Lexeus. That's a thing I can do. Right. So, summons can be very useful, in certain circumstances. It's just, there's also a lot of alternatives to those strategies that use other things, and I just tend to use those alternatives rather than, the strategies that use summons. But, so, you know, we made the joke, but no, you know, we did beat the game. We're not done with the run. Because we, you know, we did all blue numbers, but we have not done all super bosses. 2, 3, 4, 5, okay. So, I think we probably said this earlier, you know, in order to get all the super bosses unlocked, we have to do all of the things in all of the worlds. So, this is kind of the post-game cleanup section of the run. Where we go back and we do all the things. And I have to imagine, you know, there's a lot of, you know, crazy stuff going on throughout the entire run, but definitely I think if there is a point for, you know, donations, this is probably a really good point, because we're just going back and getting all of the checks that we missed, and, you know, filling in all those gaps. There might be, you know, a couple nice little items that we'll find here and there. You know, we still haven't gotten Guard Break, which is a pretty powerful ground finisher. But, you know, we're at maximum HP. We have all of our, like, spells and important checks, so we're max power for the most part. But, you know, we just gotta get all those story beats checked out so that we can unlock the data fights and all that good stuff. So, it also, because of, like, the weird way that things went earlier on in the seed, we're gonna have less cleanup to do than I might usually have. Because, like, you know, we already finished, what was it? We already finished Disney Castle, we're already, like, we finished, Halloween Town.
Absent Marluxia.
Yeah, Absent Marluxia. See, we already finished, you know, Twilight Town and Simulated Twilight Town. We already finished Port Royal, Agrabah. You know, we don't have very many worlds left to clean up because, you know, our search for important items lasted longer than we might have expected it to. And so this is what you know, to kind of follow through on what I was saying earlier with, like, you know, the time evens out in the end because we're going to have to do it all at some point anyways. Yeah. And also, to be honest, you know, a lot of it has to do with the data fights too. And how, like, you know, on some of my original splits, you know, I was stuck fighting certain data bosses for 20-30 minutes. You know, and then I would go back and practice and get that boss defeated, like, first or second try, and so there's a lot of wiggle room and stuff. It kind of depends on how the submission run goes, but I'm thinking somewhere around, like, 5:45 is probably a good estimate. And that number is subject to change slightly, but you know, because I'm not going to just stop practicing after I finish the submission. But it is, like, you know, due to the nature of Randomizer, it's not like, you know, oh, there's so much early game time save. You know, there's so much early game time save if the game wants, you know, my first 3 checks to be Thundaga. You know, that helps. But is that realistically, you know, I can't plan my run around that. But, you know, adapting to that, like, level of mystery is part of what makes Randomizer so fun, in my opinion. I guess to give a little background on me more generally, I started streaming, you know, about, like, 2 years ago, at the beginning of the pandemic, you know, when we just had all that free time on our hands, and we got, my roommate and best friend, Jerome, and we got really into randomizers, and we just kind of never stopped being really into randomizers, and they, like, have become a huge part of our personality, and it's, I don't know, it's really great. I guess to have one of those hobbies that you just really click, I don't know.
It's really nice.
Yeah. There's guard break, okay. Oh, yeah, I guess that's the other thing I was going to say is, like, we started out just playing A Link to the Past randomizer, and then we've slowly, you know, broadened our horizons to include, you know, Super Metroid, and, you know, like, we did Wind Waker, we've done Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, and 3 at various points in time, and we've been, like, broadening our randomized horizons. Ooh. Okay. So, this is Olympus 2. There's not a whole lot interesting happening here. We have, like, the Hades Cup or whatever. Like, this is just following the story beat. It's just a couple waves of enemies. And then you fight Hades with Orin and, I don't remember his name. You won't stop a true hero. How did I forget his name? Wrenchy, what's his name?
You won't stop a true hero.
That's his name. Hercules! Thank you.
Maybe. I'm pretty sure his name was Herc, isn't it? Herc?
Maybe his name was just True Hero?
You can't stop a true hero. Because he just says his name because he's a Pokemon.
Checks out. Honestly, checks out. Also, Kingdom Hearts 2 is the best game in the franchise because you can ride a skateboard.
I do some sick kickflips.
Yeah, they deal damage to enemies. Also, you know, fun minor trivia fact, those skateboard kickflips do not count as hits towards leveling up Valor form. Don't ask how I know that.
I'm gonna just assume that you tried to level it up that way and it didn't work.
Jerome and I did an embarrassing amount of testing to confirm that.
That's it.
There's a certain point where you can be like, you know, maybe I've played this game too fucking much.
That's it.
No.
You won't stop a true hero.
I guess not. No, dude, please. Hades is one of those bosses that you can infinite stun lock with horizontal slash. So
Okay, I'm just gonna just be totally honest with you there, Saph. I'm kind of feeling a little bit like my brain's becoming mashed potatoes. I think working and then immediately doing this recording with you is just a little bit gush. So I'm just like taking a second to breathe so that way I can help explain super bosses as opposed to be useless. I hope that that's okay.
yeah, definitely take a minute. We are nearing the end of
Yeah.
cleanup, so yeah, it probably
You're the one doing the hard thing with all the running and playing the game, but gosh, the mashed potatoing is real.
Yeah, well, and also, like, again, things in this game happen so much faster than we can even attempt to explain them most of the time. So, let's see, let me make one final check if there's anything decent on Keyblades.
I'm actually gonna go to the restroom real quick before you get there to the Sephiroth.
Oh my god, completely illegal. Yeah, you're good. So this is, we mentioned earlier, the man with the whitest face in the West. We have this one quick little fight with Sark here. You're still alive? Okay. Sark has death frisbees. Is very important information. Dude. Okay. So yeah, we have this first little part with Sark here, and then we get into the actual wide boy fight. This is the MCP, the Master Control Program. And he will repair your data. So I don't know why, like, all of his voice lines are so funny to me. Okay, so we need to get Tron in our party. Because we need to, running executable. This is the only way to actually deal damage to the MCP directly. The rest of the fight is just kind of like, you know, dodging Sark and creating openings in these barriers. It can get pretty stressful. Okay, I will repair your data means that Sark is revived. Going somewhere means we can immediately incapacitate Sark. There we go. And now we're just gonna create another opening here. Really?
Oh,
That's
I almost missed the MCP. I'm back. Hello. How are you going, MCP?
I'm doing the best that a user can do, I think.
No, I wasn't asking you. I was asking the MCP.
Oh.
Seems like you're having a bad time, though. That stinks.
Yeah. Alright, so on the schedule, we have 2 more things. We do... Oh, no, I haven't done World That Never Was. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, I have to do, Absent Larxene, Absent Zexion, and then, The World That Never Was, and then we're doing Transport, which is pretty commentary heavy, and then, of course, all the bosses. So that's where we're at in the run right now. So this is Larxene. She likes to make clones of herself and be annoying. Be very annoying. The nice thing, though, is that, like, when she clones herself, both of them are active hitboxes, and both of them will take damage. So you can kind of deal, like, pseudo double damage to her, if you can do it right. Oh, this is her Desperation move. Easily defeated by gliding in a circle. As most Desperation moves seem to be. Why did I just try casting Thunder on the Thunder Lady? Brain not braining, apparently.
I mean, you got it done quickly enough.
Yeah. Okay, and then Zexion. He laughs at you, but we should really be laughing at him. Zexion is just a joke. Like, you'll see what I mean in a minute.
He has a real emo boy haircut.
He does. Yeah, that laugh is ingrained into my psyche permanently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Okay.
Do you want to explain what you're doing to do all that damage?
Final Firaga, broken, busted, very good. So, to be more specific, actually, yeah, I'm about to fight Luxord. That's a little bit more,
That's fair.
We'll get back to Final Firaga. We have not seen the last of it. Luxord hates you, and so, in certain ways, it could be argued that the normal Luxord fight and the normal Syx fights are actually harder than their data fights, because in the normal Luxord fight, he always turns you into Die Sora right there. There's nothing that you can do to avoid it. You just are Die Sora. And so you have to, like, get out of dice mode as fast as possible, if not being dead is a thing that you like to do. So we have, like, instead of a health bar, Luxord has this, like, time gauge gimmick. So, you know, we're gonna do his minigames, we're gonna flip over these clock cards to, decrease his time gauge more, but dealing damage to him also does decrease his time gauge as well. But yeah, this is kind of, it's a very gimmick-heavy fight. And, especially because if you fail the minigames, he can turn you back into a die again, and, you will perish immediately if you go back into Dice Sora mode on level 1.
Yeah, when Sora turns into a die, he dies.
Yeah.
It's very easy to remember.
Yeah, Card Sora fares much the same, unfortunately. So, when Luxord gets to low HP, he does this Desperation move. Look who's on top of the game. And you can just kind of glide up against this wall, and you're pretty much safe. Then, we need to get 4 O's. And, we need to know the rules. So, yeah, we play the game quite well, I guess. Oh yeah, also, the reason we unequip all of our form boosts before that fight is because, Daisora actually will last for longer with your form boosts. It acts like your other drive forms, in that regard. So,
Die form.
yeah. Yeah, so we want to get out of Daisora mode as fast as possible. And regular Psychics can also, you know, situationally be harder than regular Psychics, mostly because, you get onto those Claymores. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So you get onto those Claymores, to do, like, his, what's it called? Magna Storm reaction command, which will bring him out of his Berserk phase. And in the normal fight, you can still take damage while you are riding his Claymores. But in the data fight, you're invincible when you're riding those Claymores. So, you know, it does make, like, a pretty huge difference, unfortunately. I'm going to start equipping my party members with equipment. It's not super necessary to do this, but it might help them live a fraction of a second longer in data fights and stuff.
And that fraction of a second might be the difference between you receiving a Mega Elixir and not.
Yeah. Probably. Yeah. And, so Riku, Donald, and Goofy are the only ones that equipping things actually really matters for, because all of the data fights are either Sora by himself, they'll have Donald and Goofy in them, or for Final Xemnas, it is Sora and Riku. So, all of the other Disney party members, you know, we don't really bother giving any special equipment or anything, just, you know, a bunch of Mega Elixirs, because it's not important, but... Alright, so this is Memory Xemnas, also shortened to Memnus. He says kneel, and then you run up the building. And this will be the end of our cleanup. Pretty much. Yeah, there's like 1 or 2 more checks in Hollow Bastion, but this is like the last big thing before we go to Transport to Remembrance, which is big and scary, to say the least of it. And then after Transport, we just have the Super Boss Circuit, as I like to call it.
I have big important news.
Yeah?
A cat just entered the room and yelled at me.
So true. Alright. So, Hollow Bastion, by the way, has actually turned into Radiant Garden. It's not Hollow Bastion anymore. Because we cured it of its evilness or something like that.
Do you have any donation incentives in mind?
Actually, kind of, yes. There's something that I did, in another run, because, like, when I did my level 99 ASBN, for Noga 9, I ended the run, like, half an hour underestimate. So we had to kind of, like, cook something up on the spot. So I did a Super Boss showcase where there's an option in the randomizer where you can actually remove the damage cap. So I had a save file set aside with, like, Sora had all of his stats maxed out, and the damage cap was turned off, and I just obliterated all of the bosses immediately. So I think, you know, we could have a incentive to show off, like, oh, you know, this is, you know, the level 1 super bosses, but then also, you know, like, maybe if we finish super underestimate, or if we reach a donation incentive, we can also show off, like, what the level 99 boss fights look like. Because that's also, like, they take so much less time to do on level 99. Gee, you know, I wonder why.
Yeah, weird. Especially with the damage cap off.
Yeah, well, for the level 1 run, I think I probably wouldn't do damage cap off. I'd probably just show, like, the regular level 99 strats for the incentive. But, I mean, still, like the AS Zexion quick kill that we saw a little earlier, you know, you can do that to Data Zexion in level 99, but you can't do it to Data Zexion in level 1, because you just don't deal damage fast enough. Yeah. You know, there's also, like, there's a Data Syx quick kill, that you can kill him before he even has the chance to attack. So, like, it's just, it's a different environment. I would have to go back and practice a little bit for that, actually, because it's been a hot minute since I've practiced the level 99 strats. And a lot of them aren't super different from the level 1 strats, but some of them are. Like, you know, the aforementioned Syx and Zexion quick kills. You know, and also, like, the presence of Second Chance and Once More makes such a monumental difference.
Yeah.
Oh my god. You're immune to Thunder. Why am I casting Thunder?
Reflex?
Pretty much.
Trinity limit. Woo!
Let's go. Mega Elixir, please. Oh my god, he's not useless. Okay, yeah, I was a little slow. That's okay. Oh, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. For a lot of the, like, data boss fights, in level 1, I have a kind of habit of eschewing, you know, speed strats, in favor of safety. Because not dying is very difficult in this category.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Very nice. Okay, now I could go through that room, or I could be fancy and gamer.
Yeah, do the second part of your core skip meta movement.
Heck yeah. And then we'll use a drive recovery. Just for safety. Alright, so here's that one last chest in core that I couldn't get earlier. Surprise, surprise, it was a Mega Elixir. And here is Transport to Remembrance. This is how you normally unlock the path to Cavern of not Cavern of Remembrance, to the Garden of Assemblage in the vanilla game. And it just has some really high level and really difficult waves of nobodies. There are 3 fights here, and especially after this first one, I'm gonna have to let Wrenchy kind of take over commentary, so I can focus on gaming.
Yeah, just focus on gaming.
Oh my god! All right, we love samurai nobodies. No, we don't.
Give me strength. Gather.
I keep going into master form. Whatever.
Yeah. Gather.
Duel my stance, please.
So on this dual stance, you have to click the end real fast, and if you click it good, then you hit them for a bunch of damage. If you don't, then they hit you for dead. It's level 1.
So true.
These waves of nobodies, generally speaking, get a little bit harder with each go. Like, these are all ones that you will find relatively early on in the game, like during your first trip to Hollow Bastion, for instance.
Okay.
First wave cleared.
Very nice. The second wave is where it starts to get really hard, and I have to default to like set up strats that I've prepared.
Yeah, at this point it's all very well rehearsed because you kind of need it.
Yeah. Oh, can you talk about Trinity or Magnet into Trinity Limit?
I don't know. You gather them all up with Magnet, and then because they're all together, the Trinity Limit gets the maximum number of enemies. I'm not 100% sure what you mean besides that.
It might say, oh shit. It might say somewhere in the notes, but Magnet actually deals damage every time the enemies enter the radius of the attack. So, by using Magnet and then doing Major Drive, it will knock the enemies constantly in and out of the Magnet area, and so the Magnet will basically deal damage to all of the enemies several times instead of once.
Yeah, I needed to pull up the Cavern of Remembrance section, but I've got it.
Cool.
Magnet Trinity.
The Noriyumo. Yeah, so I really abuse Magnet Trinity in Transport especially.
Yeah, it's clear that these enemies don't like dying, and that there's a lot of them, and that they're quite dangerous. So it makes sense that you kind of got to use whatever you got. And if that's the most efficient way to clean them up, then that's the one you should be abusing, right?
Yeah.
Get some duck flares in there for good measure.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing a lot of Duck Flare in the third wave. sweet.
All right, so in this wave, the sorcerer and nobodies in here have a ton of health and are pretty much immune to magic. So the main strategy is Magnet, Duck Flare, Berserk Charm to clear out the lesser enemies, and then try to do the infinite horizontal slashes on the sorcerers. Which are those guys.
They have red cubes and bad vibes.
Okay, gather.
The dancers also like to grab Sora. That's not a great time. And the Dragoony ones, those guys also aren't fun. Ugh.
If a dancer grabs you, it's basically a guaranteed one-hit KO.
Thankfully, the continue puts you back to the last fight you were on and not starts you over on the gauntlet.
Oh god, yeah. It's honestly kind of a miracle that I have been able to make this run, like, marathon safe at all. Yeah, okay.
There's that dancer throw.
Yeah. Gotta hate that.
Gather. Gather. Thunder. Gather. Funnel. There. Gather. Gather. Thunder. Funnel.
Yeah, so you see, like, if I wasn't spamming the start of, to go into Duck Flare right there, I would have died.
Yeah.
So it's like the only consistent strategy I've found to not die all the time in this is to just be invincible always.
Yeah.
Funnel.
No, dude.
Oh.
That Mega Elixir was so close. Yep. There it is. Oh, that's okay. This is kind of, expected. Transport is not nice.
Yeah, this part is real hard, and not to say that the super bosses aren't hard, but because there's so many enemies, it just means that things can be so much more variable, and it's so much harder to keep track of everything at the same time, which makes this actually quite up there with the other difficulty, I would say.
Yeah. Okay, alright, that was really scary. Holy crap.
You got it. Just keep breathing.
Okay, gather. Gather. Tunnel.
See, I believe in you.
Okay. We have been transported all the way to the Remembrance. And that takes us right back here to the Goa. As one of the, you know, world end type of entrances that hasn't been, you know, altered to where it goes in Rando. Anyways, it's Super Boss time.
Yeah, it's Super Boss o'clock.
True.
We're going to start with Sephiroth. And because if I don't explain it beforehand, I'm not going to be able to explain it before you see it. Sephiroth always starts the fight with an attack where he says, "That's enough," and then he comes at you, and there's a reaction command, or you can do the swag dodge and hit him.
Yeah, also I'm going to turn on the light in my room, because it is getting dork outside.
Yep.
So, show me your strength, man.
Show me your strength. That's enough.
All right, for this first part of the fight, Sapphire should be able to loop Sephiroth pretty easily by not triggering the revenge bar, so not going to push him too far. Then afterwards, he should do a sword combo that's pretty easy to counter. You'll know this phase is over when he says, "Know your place."
It's about 4 health bars in. Oh. There we go. 4.5, I guess.
Okay, we're now in phase 2. Positioning's a little bit more important because if you're at the wrong range, he'll start doing flame pillars. And if he does the flame pillars, those are insta-kill if they touch. It's a little more dangerous than the sword combo. So you have to be real particular about how far you are from Sephiroth between goes.
Ah, too far. Ooh, okay.
Those are the flame pillars. Eventually he's going to do Descend Heartless Angel, which will drop Sora down to 1 HP and put you into MP recharge. He will always follow that up with That's Enough.
Here we go.
A well-timed Mega Elixir makes that pretty easy to not think is quite as scary. The darkness orbs that show up can be easily reflected with a well-timed counter. And that's pretty much it until we get to third phase.
Ah.
Which will happen when he says, "All shall be one with me."
Strength. That's enough.
Also, I just want to say, I really like this version of One Winged Angel. Another fun fact, actually, is Sephiroth was the only super boss in the original version of the game. All of the other ones were added in Final Mix.
Yeah, I ground my face against Sephiroth back in the day and eventually beat him.
Hey, this is Panic Trinity for safety.
Give into the dark. That's enough.
did that. Okay.
Heartless angel. That's enough.
Ah.
Show me your strength. That's enough.
Back off. Yeah, it's over. Yeah, take this. Yeah, back off. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, take this.
Know your place.
It's over.
Perish now.
Oop, okay. I can also say his attack patterns were not being very nice to us today. Normally, I can keep that loop going through the entire first and second phase, pretty much.
Give in to the dark.
This is it.
To be fair, a lot of things haven't been very nice to you today.
It's true.
Heartless angel.
Okay.
That's enough.
This is it.
No, dude. Alright, I need to start using Panic Trinity more.
Show me your strength. That's enough.
Yeah, it's over. It's over.
Or Limit Form, actually.
Yeah, back off.
When this fight's over, either way, get a little bit of a stretchy as it loads.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Know your place.
Yeah, back off.
Alright, that's good. Him not immediately teleporting away to do Darkness Orbs is a great sign.
Yeah. Back off.
Perish now.
Ooh, okay.
Give in to the dark. Give in to the dark. That's enough.
Yeah. Yeah. It's over.
Perish now. Descend. Heartless angel. That's enough.
Oh, it's still a little too early.
We're good. We're bad.
Okay.
Perish now.
Okay. But really? It's been a long time since I've used Limit Form strategies on him. I can also just say.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've seen you do it.
Yeah, I mean, the main reason to want to go Limit Form is,
Heartless angel.
because of how, thanks to Critical Rebalance, you know, base Sora doesn't have access to Second Chance once more, but, the Drive Forms still do have access to Second Chance once more. So that's the main reason why you might ever want to do that. But I'll show you one with me.
Give in to the dark.
Alright, final form. or final phase, his sword combo changes to be more like a series of lunge at this point. So they can kind of go across the entire arena very, very quickly. When he's doing this desperation move, you just want to get high and fly in a circle. The best way to create an opening at this part is either to use a Trinity limit or wait for it to send Heartless Angel so you can follow up with the That's Enough attack with one of your own combos. At this point, you do want to hit his revenge value because he's more likely to do a predictable attack at that point. So now you're not trying to hold back on that front.
Yeah, see, that's enough immediately after hitting his revenge value. Very, very nice. That's what we want to see. Oh, the time has come.
Just fly back and forth. Those meteors are a lot faster than the ones from Final Fantasy VII, I'm just gonna say. Good work.
What intriguing power. Alright. Walk up to him, get a nice Mega Elixir, and then he disappears into the darkness forever, I guess.
It's okay, I'm sure he'll be back to be a super boss in Kingdom Hearts 3.
What if God said... Or what if I said... What if I'm messing up the meme, it's fine. It's Zaldin time.
It's Zaldin time.
There really is no fun in this boss fight.
Yeah, Zaldin is a jerk. His thing is that he spends a lot of the fight being invulnerable because of a windshield.
Yeah.
He's only really vulnerable right at the beginning of the fight, after he uses his jump attacks, or after you've used his jump attacks. All the other time he's got covered by his Wind Guard Me, which reduces all of his damage to 1 and is also an active hitbox. So it's very difficult to approach. If you were to just try to tank through it, especially at level 1, you'll probably just die. On his spear attacks, if you're able to dodge or guard them and stay pretty close, you can use the reaction command learn to learn the jump command. You can do this up to 9 times, at which point you will use them to damage him through his Wind Guard, just like this. In his first phase, Zaldin only has 2 attacks. You can guard them and mash triangle to learn a bunch of jumps. If you time it correctly, you can get 9 jumps out, like I said. The other part of this phase is using Duck Flare, as you can see. Hopefully that will force him to retaliate with Take This jump attack, which is a good way to get some jumps farmed. If Zaldin is invincible or off screen while Duck Flare is active, it's usually best to just wait a little while because you're still invincible during that time, even if you're not getting damage in. He's very aggressive, and he has really large hitboxes on almost all of his attacks, which is part of why Duck Flare is so powerful here. But if it's used too much and you run out of Mega Elixirs, you're going to have a bad time. Eventually we'll get to phase 3.
I think we should be in phase 3 HP range. That's why I was using Duck Flare there.
Yeah.
Also because, you know, all of the hits that you do when he has Wind Guard up, you know, only deal 1 HP of damage. But, you know, you have a million dejillion fireworks that are spawning. So, yeah, he's teleporting, so he's in phase 3.
Yeah.
And
if you're able to do a double jump and magnet enough, you'll force him to do Take This, which you can use to combo into a Duck Flare and hopefully get it done.
yeah.
That's Data Zaldin. Just finish him off now.
Yeah, so he can either win guard me, do a DM, or take this. So obviously, take this is what we want. But he can also, you know, he can troll you for as long as he wants and just, you know, keep win guarding himself. And there's not really anything that you can do about it if that's what he decides is going to happen. One thing I learned definitely is you have to let the boss kind of control the pace of the fight in a lot of these kind of situations.
I can't imagine rushing would be helpful.
I mean, in level 99, when you have second chance once more and like that extra safety that it affords you, you can afford to be more risky. But in level 1, you know, if you are risky, then you die.
It's okay. 9 jumps. This should be it.
Oh, that was a gold split on Zaldin.
Nice work.
Probably because I think that was first try, right?
Yes, it was.
We'd love to see that. Oh man. I don't like Vexen. I really don't like Vexen.
We're gonna fight with 2 reflex and a slide dash to get some damage in. After that, go into final form and use final Firaga to get him down to about half HP. Which should force out his desperation move. The best way to dodge this is just to wait it out with the Duck Flare. Once he's done with his DM, you can either finish him off with a bunch of Duck Flares or
more Final Firaga.
Final Firaga. It's possible that if his data fully completes that he'll summon an Anti-Sora to help him fight, but you could also just beat him up, I guess.
We also, I just realized that we never fully explained like why Final Firaga is so.
That's fair. It's one of the things I'm not super on. I believe it's you're bouncing between, in final form, Firaga and an aerial attack, which allows you to get between the two very fast and thus do a lot of damage.
That's a strat that I use on Xigbar sometimes. So, okay, the big deal with Final Firaga and why it's, like, stupid, for lack of a better word, honestly, is, so Final Firaga, at least the finisher will, but the regular hits of Final Firaga just will not add to boss's revenge value, especially if you do it right. This should be the end here. So, yeah, having a way that you can just wail on a boss without increasing their revenge value and just keep them stun locked for as long as you can keep up the Final Firaga is frankly stupid. And that's how, like, we do a lot of the quick kill stuff. You're gonna see no shortage of Final Firaga up here. You're probably gonna see what Wrenchy was talking about, alternating with Final Form and aerial Final Firaga combos in the Xigbar up here, but yeah, Final Firaga good, Final Firaga stupid.
Okay, so Data Xigbar will start the fight with making the room layout one of a handful of different ones. He can change it throughout the fight as well, but it doesn't start on the same one. It's kind of obnoxious. This wasn't a great one.
Yeah.
His biggest weakness is that you can reflect the bullets that he shoots back at him, either with an aerial dodge or a Fletga. And if you do this, you will be momentarily stunned. Once there's an opening, the attempt is to do a long final form combo, alternating between regular hits and Final Firaga, to keep him stunned even after his revenge value is maxed, like so.
Perfect.
It's a nice long high damage combo.
I was on the Duck Flare, dude. Okay.
shouldn't have betrayed us. So what do you think?
Donald!
Really? Again? He loves this Long Boy Arena, I swear.
Light! It's over! Back off! This is it! Take this! Donald!
Is he... Okay, he's DMing.
Okay, so we've made reference to this a bunch during the course of the run, but this super boss, the way that you defeat his DM is to fly in a circle. Well, once you get to the next part of it. Yeah, this bit. Okay, and that's basically the fight explained. Now you just gotta finish him off.
Come on, sit in one place for a little bit. Shit. Is it... This is bad. Okay, this is fine. Is he... He's stalling out a DM. Or at least a room change. Probably a DM, though. Yeah.
Yeah. He's just waiting for the duck flare to be over. He's just such a jerk with all of his teleporting and everything.
He's also pretty dead.
Yeah, good work. Unequip Berserk Charge.
So true, bestie.
Hey, I'm just trying to actually be helpful about something as opposed to, you know,
I think
hanging out.
you're vastly understating your own value here, but
You know, at least on this one, I'm not being actively antagonistic with you for most of the run.
I guess we have to behave for the marathon setting.
Yeah, again, you have to be professional. Again, in case you missed the last time we were here, just tuning in for this time. He puts a number on your head. The number is equal to Sora's current level, because this is level 1. That means the number will be 1. Whenever you're hit with a Scythe Slash, the number goes down. If you hit 0, you die. He has a couple of reaction commands. One of them's Restore Count, which will put some of the number back, but it's not helpful. The other one is Aerial Strike, which will do a good amount of damage. It's this one right here.
And now we're gonna
And you
loop
can
him.
get him to take damage from a Reflect counterattack as well as the Aerial Strike. When we get to phase 2, you can loop Marluxia in a specific way, which I think we're here, right?
Yeah, I dropped the loop though. That's okay.
Ideally, what should happen is he's gonna do a slash attack, and then after dodging that, he'll teleport to the middle of the room to begin to summon those portals of goop on the floor. If you're damaging the area with a fire, it should knock him out of that and allow Marluxia to be comboed. So we're gonna see if we can't get that
Really?
this time.
Okay.
The goop on the floor does not cause the counter to go down, but it does hurt a bunch, so it's still dangerous.
Yeah, it's not a swim that you want to take, especially on level 1. That is not what I wanted to do at all. Okay. We'll be okay. I just need to activate gamer mode.
Did you take that stretchy I told you to do after Sephiroth?
I did.
Okay,
I did.
good.
Yeah. I really love that the information bar covers up the revenge meter for the first good portion of the fight.
But what if you need to know how the fight works?
No. Also, I got an attack off before the fight started. That's like super rare. I guess there's probably like it's probably a 1 frame window or something that you have to attack him before he whispers into your ear. Okay, let's do the loop.
Yep, there's the dodge, and then the fire, and now you just beat on him. This was referenced in the Absent Silhouette fight, but Marluxia has 2 desperation moves. In one of them, he'll become a wheel on the ground and just kind of zoom back and forth is a buzzsaw. And then on the other one, he tries to ride Sora like a skateboard. Yeah, that's one of them.
Okay, there we go. And we're gonna try not to hit his revenge value in this phase too, because usually if you just try not to hit his revenge value, he will almost always retaliate with skateboard DM, and you can put him in a pseudo loop, I guess you could call it. Oh, okay, he's being a weirdo. What are you doing, my guy?
Trying to fake you out.
Yeah. Problem, is the boss reacting unpredictably and not doing what you thought he was gonna do? Use Duck Flare. This might just kill him. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's done.
Oh my god. It's time.
Fluid Gendy.
Yeah, fluid. The Gendy is flowing. Hey, I can be intimidating when I want to be, which is admittedly almost never. What? Okay.
That was a little weird.
Yeah. So these doors were added in the randomizer because, you know, they need somewhere to put the boss fights, and it's not in the Garden of Assemblage anymore.
Alright, so you got to beat up the number of forms in the corner before the time runs out, otherwise you die. The forms will die immediately to fire, or if you hit them a handful of times or once with Blizzard, then you can get a reaction command, which allows you to gather them up like this. After the first set of water clone phases are over, you get some time to deal damage. Wisdom Form's a good time for this because Wisdom Fire will take down Demyx's health a lot because Demyx is weak to fire. The actual like fighting part of Demyx, as opposed to clearing his gimmick, is mostly a lot of Reflega and waiting for openings, and then using Firaga when you get one. You know, apply Duck Flare as needed. He will not die until he's gone through 2 phases of water clones. The second one has 99 clones, and you have just 30 seconds to destroy them all.
Ah! Trying to get back into the Duck Flare, but that's alright. Yeah, with the second phase of water clones right before the end of the fight, you need some kind of advanced form of taking clones out. Wisdom Fire, Final Fire, and Mega Duck Flare are all good strategies, but Wisdom Fire is what I generally tend to use, because it will automatically home in on all of the water clones. You can see on the input display, I'm not even touching the control stick, I'm just spamming fire.
And thankfully the water clones drop a lot of the MP charging bubbles.
That they do. Also, I think I need to buy more Mega Elixirs soon. Because it says I have 7, and I don't think I used one in this fight yet, so that's not good. Okay, so now he's about in the stage of his HP where he might do the final water clones. So we want to try and get him into the corner here if we can. Or not. Or die. Or death. That's also an option, I guess.
I mean, from Demyx's perspective, right? If he can't be defeated until he does the last set of water clones, why ever do the last set of water clones?
That's true. You got some real Sans Undertale logic going on there.
You know me. I'm not sure how that's applicable here, but you
yeah, know. You can't see it, but I'm making a very confused face.
You know, sometimes words just tumble out of the old mouth, and you just deal with them.
Oh yeah. What?
Oh, he got you a showstopper.
I thought I pressed triangle in time, but I never do.
Me doing this fight casually, get bashed by a showstopper over and over.
I know. Yeah, Demyx, like the regular fight in Hollow Bastion 2 is kind of a big wall for a lot of casual players, because he's like one of the first bosses that actually requires you to, like, you know, think critically and learn his attack patterns and, like, you know, be good at the game.
No, I just want to spam square though.
I'm sorry, did you just say square?
Yeah, square.
Your attack button is not on square. Please tell me your attack button's not on square. I'm gonna cry.
You know, maybe I just don't remember so good.
Jerome plays with his attack button on square, and it makes me want to cry every day. For reference, square is normally the guard button.
Well, I'll tell you this. My attack button is not such a triangle, except when a reaction command is an attack.
Technicality. So we got a Mega Duck Flare stored up here. This is the last phase, and having Mega Duck Flare just, like, already queued up is pretty good. And then we can just go right into Wisdom Fire, and that's... This is going to be the end of the fight. If he kills me now, I'm giving up my gamer card and never opening KH2 again.
It's just Sapphire wanting to subject me to more Demyx, because Demyx is my real least favorite Organization 13 member.
Okay, so it was Xigbar earlier, now it's Demyx. Is it just like, you know, whoever I'm currently fighting? Is that what this is?
No, I mean, that's definitely not true. I didn't say that about most of them, but, you know... I don't like either. Let's just go ahead and say that.
Gotta get the swag kill. Alright.
You should buy some more things. Yeah, Mega Elixirs.
Yeah, because I have 0 in stock, so, that's not gonna go well.
71 should be enough.
I really hope so.
Is, like, going with the artifice of, oh, this is like an actual live run, and being like, for those just tuning in, is that weird? I don't think it's weird. I think that, like...
I'm sorry, Wrenchy, are you trying to be normal? Because if that's the goal, I mean, we are both utterly failing.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I just don't want the games committee to be like, I don't know, these two are just too weird. We can't put them on live. The reputation of Frame Fatales and GDQ in general is at risk if these two are given the center stage.
No, I think let it go.
Okay, so for the mini games, that's not great. For the mini games, you want to do a bunch of pause buffers in order to make sure that you get the right one. And that's just was an example of what happens when you get the wrong one.
There
you go. Just like that.
Drains his time gauge a ton.
Yeah, beating him at his mini games drains his time gauge the most, which is how you beat him. Basically, you got to get the time gauge empty. Attacking him also does it a little bit, but you really just got to beat him in his games. If you fail these games, it will decrease Sora's time and turn him into a dire card. In either of these cases, that's almost certainly going to be death. These commands are also helpful because if he's got cards spawned, if you beat him in a minigame, they all go away. getting the clocks also reduces his time. Also super good, helpful, good. Eventually he's going to do a DM, and just like in the regular fight, when he DMs, the strategy is just to glide up that wall and get out of his reach.
Take this.
Cards.
Light. This is it. Yeah.
A challenge, is it? Do you know the
Do you know the rules?
This is it.
And this, yep, his health bar is blinking red now, so
This is it.
Look who's on top of the game. Scatter.
Okay. After this, should be pretty close to Luxord's final minigame. He cannot be defeated unless you beat him in his final minigame. It involves getting 4 circles in a row. So more pause buffering. Once he got 4 circles, though, he will be reduced to 1 HP, and then you can beat him up.
Let's go.
You played the game quite well. Kingdom Hearts 2.
so true. All right, Sykes time. Oh, I was gonna say about I think that you know, you can kind of consider the submission like as a practice for like if we do get accepted into the marathon. So, you know, spending a little bit of time speaking as if you were live on the marathon. I feel like that's not inappropriate.
Yeah, you know, it's I kind of figured that it was all good and fine, but I was just being awkward because, you know.
Gotta have that social anxiety.
Yeah, so you begin this fight with a combo into a guard break, and then as much final Firaga as you can get, which should get Sykes down to about half health straight off the bat. Eventually, his Berserk bar will finish filling, and then he will become invincible and start doing, you know, a DM sort of move. You have to wait until he calms down a little bit, and then you can get another opening.
Can you feel it? The moon's power. So yeah, we're just gonna have to wait for a claymore.
Yep. Once he's done with this, you can follow up with a single regular attack with Refliga to stagger him and then make him spawn a claymore, which should drain his Berserk bar to 0 as well as beat him up some. After surviving 1 or 2 break phases, there should be enough drive to just finish him off with some more final Firaga.
I didn't stun him properly. That's okay. That should only prolong the fight marginally.
The keen observer will notice that off the balcony of this stage, you can see Kingdom Hearts. The less keen observer will note that all of the time, all of this run, you can see Kingdom Hearts.
That's one way to put it.
Do you feel it? The moon's
Alright, take 2. This one should go better, probably.
moon shine down.
It's over. Let's go. Take this.
I wonder why I didn't stun him properly those times. That's kind of strange.
Yeah, a lot of stuff in this run has been a little bit off, it feels like.
Yeah.
Not saying that, like, you're playing badly or that anything is particularly wrong. You're still doing a very good job, right? But it's felt just a little bit weird on a handful of times.
Yeah, like, you know, RNG could have been much better in a lot of places, I feel like. But, that's rando.
Right.
Either way, that's also Psyx, so.
Good work.
Yeah. Also, this is a note I don't think we had mentioned, but in Kingdom Hearts 3, that game introduces new rearrangements of the 13th struggle for like Larxene, Psyx, and Luxord and Xigbar, and Double Plus actually adds those unique specialized versions of the 13th struggle like backported into this game, so you don't hear, you know, the same old 13th struggle quite as much, so that's cool.
That's fun. Starting this fight, you start by breaking Donald and Goofy out of their books, then you go into Final Faraga, and eventually he will decide that this enough is too much, and then he'll put you in an undodgeable book world DM. You just get out of the book world and then light him on fire some more. Believe it or not, paper burns really easily, and fire in general seems to be very effective, so...
Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah.
On the 13th go, you gotta dodge into the blue one. I was just trying to be silent to not mess up the count.
You're good. Yeah. In... What? It didn't dispel him? Okay, never seen that before in my life. Yeah, in level 1, getting the, DM... Getting into the book world, and also, like, getting... That was a gold split, really? Getting the dodge section with the red and blue circles is pretty unavoidable, unfortunately.
This is Dad Alexius. I would like to say that there's a lot to explain, but you mostly just reflect him.
Data Reflega, really?
There's something with a power meter. I don't know.
We also tend not to give him much of an opportunity to power up. Oh, DM time.
Oh, and you just reflected him, huh? That's all it took.
A meteor crashing to Earth? What if I simply guard it with my sword?
I'm pretty sure, if I recall my chain of memories correctly, this is one of the ones that Riku kills.
I definitely don't remember my chain of memories correctly, so we're gonna go with that. Oh, you know what? We forgot. Sora and Riku don't kill all of them. Axel kills Vexen.
Yeah, that's true.
Why do I always get stuck with the icky jobs?
Now it's Larxene. This is a fight with a lot of full combos of Reflex, a lot of Final Faraga, and a lot of Duck Flare. And there isn't... I don't know that I have a lot of other strategy. It's... I don't know. Would you say that it's reflexy rather than planned?
Yeah, a lot of it is like, I don't know. It's also, part of it is that it's pretty hard to like manipulate Data Larxine's actions, as opposed to, you know, some other data fights like, you know, we saw Data Marluxia. I was pretty easily able to, you know, force him to do the same thing over and over again, which is, you know, we've thrown the word around a bunch, but that's called looping in the KH2 community. But yeah, for Larxene, there's not like a great like loop method, at least not one that I've found that is, you know, easy, consistent, and safe on level 1. So, you know, Duck Flare and Reflega it is. They've never failed me, and I don't expect them to ever. You know, you could say, you know, oh, you know, you're using a lot of like cheese strategies to get through these bosses, but I'm gonna be real with you. We have not even showed a lot of the super cheese strategies. Like, we're not infinitely stun locking the bosses. You know, we're not, you know, doing anything that's like super out of the ordinary. We're just using, you know, all of the powerful tools at our disposal over and over again. But like, there's a lot of other really, really crazy stuff you can do if you know what you're doing and you're trying hard enough. Gold Larxene. And like, so when we were talking about looping, I think Axel is the best example of looping in this run, probably, because originally Axel was one of the bosses that gave me the most trouble out of any of them, and so I was kind of on the hunt for, like, you know, how do I do Axel better? And I found a way to make the fight very consistent and just, like, bully this man. It's a good strategy once you've got it memorized.
Oh, I see what happened there. Oh. See, that's just a thing he says a lot. Got it memorized.
Got it memorized?
Although, not really so much as a battle line. It's more like his, just a general catchphrase.
Come here, I'll make it all stop!
Alright, so first observation is he's going to turn the floor on fire. While the floor is on fire, Sora's going to... The health is going to rapidly drain, as you can see. But thankfully, the floor cannot kill Sora. It can just drop him to 1 HP. There's a command reaction command that can be used to get rid of the fire, but I don't think we do that until the very end, right?
Yeah, not until the end.
Okay. For the most of the fight, you can loop him using Reflega and Blizzaga, which will do quite a lot of damage, but the timing on all of this is extremely precise, and even a little bit early or a little bit late will probably mean that Sora's going to die. Once he breaks out, he can use either 1 or 2 desperation moves.
Wow. I used guard instead of reflect. I don't know what I was thinking. Either way, that was a very clean loop.
Yeah, you were doing very good up until that point. His desperation move should be pretty easily blocked, and then you can get the loop back going. Once he's, you know, just about ready to be defeated, one last Blizzaga will prompt him to do a reaction command to get rid of the fire on the floor and finish the fight.
Yeah, and you can see he's like super weak to Blizzard.
Oh, he said the thing.
You got me. All right. This is my combo pluses, right? Yeah. I love that in order to access the Roxas fight, you have to play as Roxas. It's so good. Yep. Okay.
Take that. Back off.
You good, Wrenchy?
It's over.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't holding my push to talk.
This is it. This is it.
Oh, gotcha.
This fight's very scary. There's not a lot of leeway in it, and in particular, once he starts doing the lasers will always one-hit KO you. The first phase isn't too bad. You can just basically reflect him and always hit his revenge value to get the most damage in. At the end of phase 1, which is about 3 health bars, we should be past it. Yep, lasers. He'll start doing lasers. He might do a reaction segment that's kind of like the samurai one, where you can select the end to steal one of his keyblades, but instead we're gonna go into limit
death.
form.
We're gonna go into death.
Yeah, that's possible too. Roxas is scary.
Take that. Back off. It's over. Take that. This is it. Take this. Take that. Let's go. Back off.
In limit form, the combo is using Zantetsuken and Ars Arcana. You can get him about halfway down before he takes the keyblade back. In the second phase, he'll have the same moveset but with lasers. Getting behind him while he's staggered will greatly reduce the chance that you're hit by laser beams, so that's kind of the goal. Also, instead of intentionally hitting his revenge value, now Sapphire will be trying to avoid it. If he's ever forced to retaliate in this phase of the fight, he can use a keyblade spinning move that comes out extraordinarily fast. Like, it takes 6 frames to come out, and Sora's guard takes about 7 frames. Limit Sora takes about 7 frames, so it comes out faster than you can block.
Yeah.
So we're gonna avoid the revenge values.
It's over. Take that. This is it.
I'm really glad I did a lot of practice last night.
This is it. Take that. Take this. Light.
I pressed triangle instead of
Oh.
circle. Oh. That's okay.
Take that. Back off. It's over. Take that. Back off.
This isn't in the notes, but the secret hardest part of this fight isn't the lasers. It's fighting through the tears.
So true. Are you joking me?
Although the lasers are also still pretty tough.
Clearly. Man. Roxas is just real scary today.
Real scary every day.
He really knows what it's like to exist. Alright, so that's pretty good. That was a lot of very good damage.
Yeah.
No, he did the Keyblade spinny move. You know, I always think that I have the Roxas fight mastered until I start fighting him. No, no. Okay. Alright, no, we're good. We're good. I was just cutting it really close with the revenge value. I just got lucky that he didn't do the Keyblade Spinny 6-frame attack of Super Death.
You got it.
Really? That didn't stun you, my guy? The laser. You cannot block the laser.
Laser go burr.
Okay. Good move.
Roxas go burr.
Oh, for sure. Nicely done. Training limit for safety seems kind of like the way to go.
Yeah, especially with how many goes you've taken at it.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Heck yeah. Okay, so I think that's something I'm just gonna have to incorporate into my strategy for my practice, like from now on. But that's you know, sometimes, you know, learning things, you know, while you're live doing the thing with all of the pressure running high ain't the worst thing.
Did you know that anger and hate come with tomatoes and sour cream?
Wrenchy! Oh my god. We're gonna loop some sour cream.
I suppose I could explain the fight as opposed to just slay you.
Yeah, you really... That death wasn't Memory Zemnis that killed me, it was you.
Okay, he always opens the fight with a long lightsaber combo. You can just block it. After this, you should be able to loop the first half of the fight by hitting his revenge value every time you get an opening. Eventually, he will do an attack where he goes, hoo-ha! At which point, you should be able to get a combo in where you do reflect, slap shot, and reflect. But the timing is pretty tight. And once he gets low enough, eventually he'll do the building reaction command. I think in this one too, there's 3 versions of it, and the sooner you hit it, the less damage you do. So you just wait for the big one, and then you finish him off, and you move on to part 2.
Correct.
Okay. I don't know why I doubt myself so much.
I mean, I don't know, maybe it's easy for you to feel like, oh my god, compared to Sapphire, I know fucking nothing about this game, but that's also because, like, I have more hours in this game than any reasonable person should have, so...
I just also... you know, got some bad brain. We'll say 2nd degree bad brain. It's not 3rd degree anymore, but it's a good amount.
Right. No, I feel that. We're getting close to building territory. Yep, nope. And this is pretty much the end of Memnus.
Yeah, end of memories, Omnis. I don't know if we ever explained this. I would probably want to explain this sooner in the actual run. But bosses cannot be beaten unless you hit them with the last hit of a combo or some magic.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Hey, did you know that anger and hate are supreme? Or I guess sour cream?
Yeah. Alright, so Final Zemnis. This is trickier. He opens with the Begone Dark Orbs, which are more or less easily dodged by maneuvering from side to side. Once you're closer, you can reflect them and follow up with a combo for some damage. And now that I've explained it, you can see it again.
Anger and hate
True.
are supreme.
After the combo, though, Sapphire will need to immediately dodge roll because he will retaliate with Twilight Vines, which will kill if touched. Evil Pain Vines.
He's being very nice to me with all these orbs.
I already explained the 60 v 30 FPS thing, and I would probably explain it again in a marathon setting, just in case there's people who've logged in and started watching since the last time, the regular final Xemnas fight rather than the data Xemnas fight. Eventually he'll do a grab move where he says, "We shall go together." The first reversal command just won't appear, so you immediately have to go into Riku's session limit, because otherwise you die. So there's that. And then the rest of the fight is pretty much just guarding lasers until you get an opening. Around 1.5 bars, Sapphire will try to use a Trinity limit to skip Laser Dome, as discussed in prior finals on this.
Really? Twilight Vines? Okay. Okay, we're back into lasers. Lasers are nice, consistent to dodge. So... No, I cannot spare a heart.
Is that all you got? I'll take 'em.
Aw, he ran away. Coward.
Is that all you got? I'll take 'em.
Why don't
This shouldn't put him into Laser Dome territory. Should put him right before... Yeah, alright, we're good. We won't Laser Dome yet, but we're about ready to...
Is that all you got? I'll take 'em.
Nice work. And here we are at the end of the ASBN Kingdom Hearts 2 Level 1 Critical Run. The final nemesis, William.
So true.
Okay, this fight's complicated. I hope you can bear with me. The first thing about Lingering Will here is that he has several pools of attacks. He'll only load in one at a time, although there's some overlap between them. Some of these are better than others, and unfortunately, it's just kind of RNG what you can deal with, and just trying to deal with all of them as best you can. The next thing about this guy is that he has an armor effect that nobody else in the series has, where basically he only takes 1 damage from all of your attacks until you have landed a combo finisher on him, which will break his armor status, at which point you can actually start hurting him well. Utilizing this knowledge and a rather precise limit form strategy, it's possible to bring him to level phase pretty much immediately by dodge blocking his first attack, and then going into a combo to guard break, to go limit, to Ars Arcanum, to combo, to Zen Tetsuken, to Ars Arcanum, to Zen Tetsuken, to Ars Arcanum. This is risky and precise, but if it's landed, it speeds up the fight a lot. Hopefully by doing this, we can get to phase 2. We'll be able to bypass that, as well as string a bunch of Final Faragas together, as you saw.
Yeah. So now we're in
this
phase
can be
3.
dangerous.
Now we're in phase 3.
Okay. Basically, we're trying to force him into phase 3 as quickly as possible, because despite his biggest flash, despite him having his biggest flashiest attacks in here, his DM is one of the most consistent to dodge once you've learned how to do it, which involves a lot of floating away. He has the ability with special attack to lock either your magic or attack, and to get them back, you have to deal enough damage to the curse attached to his body. You can't hurt him at all at the time, just the regular, or just the curse. And he won't do any moves outside of his regular moveset when he's in this form. Whew.
Yeah. And then the last note is we're going to try and hit his revenge value, or not hit his revenge value, because he'll always just DM immediately. I didn't hear, I don't know if you said it. But...
No, I didn't. I was just...
No, it's okay. There's a
just
lot.
watching you in awe. There are 2 HP gates, which are always retaliates, no matter our revenge value. These are at the 2nd and 3rd phases, but we're in the 3rd phase now. In this phase, like Sapphire was saying, we want to avoid the revenge value. Because if you hit the revenge value, his attack becomes faster and less predictable and more deadly. But by not hitting it, it's also extremely likely that he will do his desperation move again, which is, again, consistent and predictable to defend against, which will leave him vulnerable and apply some more damage. A couple of other notes that I don't know how relevant they'll be to showing you, but he does have a move where he has a big cannon. If you are close enough to it and defend, you can reflect it back at him. And also he has a bow attack where you'll have a QTE where 3/4 of your commands are fall and 1 is escape. Fall will deal a lot of damage to you, but it will also probably just kill you. And there was a little bit of me that going into this fight was like, Sapphire's been practicing this so much that
That's time.
Z is just going to fucking kill him before I'm finished explaining the fight. And wouldn't you know it, that's basically what happened.
Yeah, that was a gold split by 30 minutes. Can we acknowledge that I just got a gold split by 30 minutes?
Yeah, good fucking job. This has been a really weird run, but, like, not just weird bad, you also have had a ton of gold splits, and that gold split on Lingering Will is fucking exceptional. Good fucking work.
Yeah, first try, Lingering Will, I think that might have been the cleanest Lingering Will fight I've ever had. I mean, I got the limit form strat, I got the final Firaga, and like we were in 2nd phase less than a minute into the fight. Or we were in 3rd phase less than a minute into the fight, I feel like. So that was just like, that was crazy. And again, like I've had stuck in my head that like, oh, you know, this is the 6-hour long run, and I just did it in 5 hours, just over 5 hours. I never... Like, I was expecting us to be here for at least another half hour. So, I think this is speaking to, I've started to get a lot more consistent with these super boss fights.
Hey, good
Hey.
fucking work.
Thank you.
That was really incredible.
Yeah, so to the people that are watching the submission, I'm not sure if you have, actually watched the entire video, maybe on, 2 times speed or something like that, but, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. This run is like my child. I love this run so much, and, like I mentioned before, just because I submit this run does not mean I'm gonna keep practicing, or no, so
No.
doesn't mean I'm gonna stop practicing, is what I meant.
Mhm.
But yeah, this is like the pinnacle of Kingdom Hearts 2 difficulty, and that's why I want to showcase all of this. So, thank you so much. I'm super excited for, whatever happens at Flame 23. Thank you, Wrenchy, for being here for 5 hours.
Yeah, happy to help. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, and, may your heart be your guiding key. Whoop. Come on.